million years ago. Really, it's like 1.9 with Australopithecus sediba, meaning it's smack dab in the middle of our evolutionary history. We would expect for this genus to occupy then an intermediate or transitional state of being between us and our Miocene ape ancestors, and indeed, we do. Australopithecus grew up like apes. It had a relatively small brain, still bigger than what we see for chimpanzees, but nowhere near what we see in ourselves or even in later members of genus Homo. They used tools, but they weren't particularly complicated. However, Australopithecus did have small non-honing canine teeth that were the same size between the sexes, and Australopithecus as a genus was fully bipedal when it was on the ground, and when we reconstruct its habitats, it seems like it was on the ground quite often. That means, of course, that small non-honing canine teeth that are monomorphic and bipedalism must emerge in between the last common ancestor that we share with chimpanzees and Australopithecus. Right? I mean, right? Right? Say right. Say right now. We know now that evolution is not linear, and human evolution is no exception. It isn't like a ladder where one thing definitively evolves into another thing, which definitively evolves into another thing in this nice stepwise fashion, but rather lineages evolve over time, adapting in unique ways, going in strange, bizarre directions depending on where and when they're living. They're not evolving in any given direction towards something in particular. Ancient three-toed horses weren't trying to evolve into a modern one-toed horse. They were killing it as ancient three-toed horses. Ancient legged whales weren't trying to evolve into modern legless whales. They were slaying as legged whales. And ancient Miocene apes weren't trying to evolve into modern human apes. They were mogging as ancient Miocene apes. Am I connecting with you, the youth? I realize this is the second video in a row that I've used mog as a punchline, but I'm trying really, really hard to force you to find this stuff interesting. I should just have Subway Surfer playing while I'm speaking, but I'm too proud for that. It's possible that bipedalism is limited to just the hominins. I would say that it's pretty likely that our particular type of bipedalism and the frequency in which we engage in bipedalism is probably limited to hominins like Australopithecus and later. But is it reasonable to propose that bipedalism is limited to hominins, period? Two important things are true, and we have to take them into consideration when we're asking this question. One, all other apes can and in fact do walk upright on 2 feet sometimes. And two, when we look at the fossil record, current evidence suggests that the last common ancestor of the great apes, at least, was probably an arboreal suspensory animal or an arboreal careful clamberer, which means it was in the trees holding its body upright. My favorite hypothesis for the origin of bipedalism is that you essentially have a pretty generic Miocene ape that's upright in the trees, and then the climate changes. You take away the trees, and so you have an upright ape in the trees without the trees, which is now an upright ape on the ground, and it's just easier to adapt to the posture you currently have instead of readapting a more intermediate posture and knuckle walking. In a nutshell, I don't believe that human evolution contained a knuckle walking phase. I think we were already upright in the trees because we were hanging below the branches or carefully moving through them, and then the trees went away, and so we just stayed upright on the ground. And the support that I think exists for this is twofold. One, we don't have any Miocene apes that were evidently knuckle walkers. None. Of the dozens and dozens of species from this epoch, we don't have a single knuckle walker. And two, the type of knuckle walking that chimpanzees and gorillas engage in is different, meaning they likely evolved it separately. It's convergent evolution, a different type of knuckle walking for chimps than the one that developed or evolved for gorillas. Now, during the Miocene, those dozens and dozens of species of apes that I just mentioned, they lived everywhere. They lived in Europe, they lived in Asia, they lived in Africa. There were many, many, many different types of apes experimenting in different ways, and they were able to do this because the Miocene was super duper warm, and these large forests were able to stretch all the way to Germany and beyond. The habitats that are good for apes were ubiquitous. The Miocene climatic optimum, or peak Miocene living time for apes was about 16 million years ago, after which things start to rapidly cool and all those forests begin to disappear. This is probably common knowledge, but the warmest and wettest portion of the Earth is along the equator, typically, meaning when it starts to cool, those are the places that hold on to that warm, wet temperature for the longest, and at the poles, or closer to the poles, the warmer areas grow colder faster. In some, the forest cover shrinks, starting at the northerly and southerly areas of the planet and contracting towards the center. If there are upright apes in the trees at the equator and also far to the north and also all in between, and then the climate starts taking away the trees, starting at the north and then moving towards the equator, what's going to happen to all those apes? Well, hypothetically, they're going to go extinct, or they're going to get bipedal so that they can better traverse the newly grassy patches in between the remaining forests of trees. I feel like that makes sense intuitively. I feel like that's a fair hypothesis. But if that can happen, and I don't think that there's a reason proposed why it couldn't, how do we actually tell the difference between Miocene apes that have some bipedal adaptations due to a changing climate and bona fide hominids that would go on to yield us? Would that just make them hominins? And if we found these bipedal adaptations in Miocene apes, and those Miocene apes lived in, like, not Africa, would that kill the out-of-Africa hypothesis? If those remains were found in, say, Bulgaria, would that mean that out of Bulgaria is probably a better way to conceive of human evolution? No, because out of Africa, the hypothesis typically surrounds the species Homo sapiens, or at the very least, genus Homo, both of which are very solidly placed in continental Africa with regard to fossils and genetics. Homo is more broad than Homo sapiens, and hominin is more broad than Homo. And hominine, which is the African apes, including gorillas, chimps, and humans, that's more broad than hominin. So if we were to find the oldest hominine or the oldest hominin, and they were in, like, Bulgaria, saying that out of Africa is now out of Bulgaria is just as goofy as saying that because the oldest primate is found in the United States, that out of Africa should actually be out of America. Yeehaw. There is a new femur from Bulgaria. It does belong to a Miocene ape, and it does show some bipedal adaptations that we're going to talk about here in a second. The authors know that those characteristics does not make it a hominin and does not mean that out of Bulgaria is how we should conceive of human evolution. Pop science article writers, I must believe, also know this, but they specifically hate me and know that their clickbait titles shave actual years off of my life. That is the only reason why they would be pushing this narrative, unless they just didn't read the paper, but they would never do that. Folks on Twitter, on the other hand, which I'm back on because I'm promoting videos there and I hate myself, I guess, are taking this in a different, much more predictable direction. God, dude, Twitter is acting racist? No, that can't be. That can't be true. I just don't believe it. Clickbait article titles aside, if this femur does in fact show bipedal characteristics consistent with hominins, does that mean that the hominin group began out of Africa and migrated back in? Does this femur have bipedal adaptations consistent with hominins? The paper is titled An Early Form of Terrestrial Hominine Bipedalism in the Late Miocene of Bulgaria, and it is by Spasov and colleagues. You'll notice that David Begun is the last author there. He is sort of the familiar name on this list for English speakers interested in the Miocene apes. And I'll add, notice in the title, it does not say an early form of terrestrial hominin bipedalism in the late Miocene of Bulgaria, but hominine, and that is a different thing. Hominins are typically going to be all of the apes that are more closely related to humans than our closest living relative, the chimpanzees and the bonobos, while a hominine is going to be any African ape. So anything closely related to humans or chimpanzees and bonobos or gorillas to the exclusion of orangutans. Hominine is one level more specific than hominid, which is all the great apes. It's basically everything but orangs and their relatives. Now, I'm going to say really quickly right off the bat that you might be getting deja vu if you've been involved in this circle, interested in this circle for the past 20 years. Because this has happened before, that we've had a version of bipedalism proposed for Miocene apes in Europe, rather than in Africa being exclusive to hominids, or, again, our lineage. We've seen bipedalism, at least a version of it, be proposed for Oreopithecus before, as well as Danuvius, who live in Tuscany and Germany, respectively. So let's begin, as always, with the abstract and see whether or not we're looking at anything majorly substantial here, something that is non-controversial, which it rarely is. The abstract begins with fossils of Auroran record the first convincing evidence of hominid terrestrial bipedalism in the late Miocene at about 6 million years ago. Bipedalism in the slightly older 7 million year old Sahelanthropus has recently been called into question. Okay, we're gonna have to pause there. Like I said, hominins split from canins about 7 million years ago, or if we're using the molecular clock, only about 6.5 million years ago. So let's call it 6 to 7 million years ago. We have two candidate hominids, or fossil apes, that are proposed to be on our side of the split, albeit kind of barely. The first, you know, if you've been here for any period of time, that's Sahelanthropus cadensis. If you want to know the scoop with Sahelanthropus, please check out this video where I crib a lot from Scott Sayer's wonderful article on this hominin and talk a little bit about why I think it is a hominin, but again, barely. This is something that is moving upright, probably a little bit on the ground, but it does seem to have those reduced canine teeth, so I'm giving it benefit of the doubt and calling it a hominin. After Sahelanthropus at 6 million years of age, we have Auroran tucanensis, who's known primarily from postcranial material, mostly femora, or femurs, and it does seem to have a lot of diagnostic characteristics that are reminiscent of the later genus Australopithecus, suggesting that this thing did, in fact, spend time walking on 2 feet. It also has those reduced canine teeth. Now, I'm going to say, I think non-controversially, that the oldest hominin that we have that is sort of unequivocally a hominin, that most people are going to agree is a hominin and isn't going to fight you on, is going to be members of genus Ardipithecus, around 5.7-ish, with Ardipithecus cadaba at the oldest and lasting until 4.4 million years of age with Ardipithecus ramidus. It's worth asking, why is Ardipithecus ramidus
Today we're speedrunning the game where you make an atomic bomb in your garden. And first of all, we're going to want to go and talk to ChatGPT, but it tells us that we can't do that because it's very illegal and dangerous, but we say it's for educational purposes only, and our chatbot says, oh, if that's the case, then go up to your printer and I'm going to print out the instructions. So we're going to head upstairs, and when we're up here, we also see our wife, and that's actually going to be one of our first steps, telling our wife. We got to let her know that this isn't going to affect her, and she says, all right, do whatever you want as long as you don't touch my daisies. So that's enough permission for me. We're now able to do literally anything we want. And now really quick, before we buy anything, we are going to want to make this table. Just set that up really quickly and then go over to Quickstarter, where we have to fund money for our project. And all you have to do for this is just keep clicking this button, and for some reason people are just paying me tons of money, and then we can go to the online store. Now here, normally you would have to check your instructions to see what you have to buy, but obviously I'm speedrunning the game, so we already know everything we have to get. It's just a bunch of construction materials and some things like a cement mixer, because this is going to be the very first part of our project. We only have to set up the beginnings, and we'll do the more complicated stuff later. Now we gotta head over because we did get everything delivered. We're gonna want to pick up this wheelbarrow while we're on our way, and you can see that everything is now in our front yard. And we're gonna want to use our wheelbarrow to actually transport all this stuff, because the wheelbarrow, even if it isn't that big, as long as you get things relatively on top of it, they aren't going to fall off. So you can see we're stacking all of these wood planks on here, which is pretty simple. I'm not going to take them all because if you do get too greedy with it, then things definitely will fall. But as long as we have them on top, whenever we're moving, they actually can't get off. And there we go. We now moved over all those wood planks, and now we can set up this base, which you just have to place these where they go. The wheelbarrow is trying to have fun with us as well, just flying all over the place. But we will set up the very beginning of this thing by just putting all of this wood down, and we'll take our wheelbarrow again. Also, I tried to jump there, but since we're old, we can't jump. Yeah, that's one of the jokes they make in this game. Anyways, this time I am going to head out through my front door just so we can open that up, but we still have some more wood planks to get, and I just want to keep going with these guys, which as long as we do this fairly good, we should be able to get this in just 2 trips, and then we can focus on the other stuff. So there's going to be those guys, and pretty much same process of just putting them on our base. Meanwhile, our wheelbarrow is doing whatever it wants to. Yeah, I never have any idea what it's trying to do. Now we can actually go through our door because this is going to be a bit faster than going through the side of our yard. And now we can also start picking up things like these cement bags. Now these, I only want to stack about 3 at the same time. I've tried to do more, but they very easily fall off. But 3, as you can see, with this very precarious position is actually the perfect amount. And we're just going to leave these guys right here for later because they are a later part of our project. Then there are also going to be these boxes. I do want to actually bring the boxes with me instead of opening them up first because it is a little bit easier to transport them when they're just their box shape. So I'm going to bring one box along with some more cement bags, and we can actually open up that box. Once it's here, we'll see that one's going to be a hammer. And then for the bigger boxes, these you can barely fit in the wheelbarrow. So I think I'll put one big box and a couple small ones. And yeah, you kind of get the idea of how we're transporting this stuff. Don't worry, it gets easier later. Somehow that one just kind of fell like that. It's still in here, but that's strange. And here's just going to be our last few things, which I think one of them got off somehow. Okay, yeah, it did. Not the biggest deal in the world because finally everything is transported. We can actually get on to playing the game. And that means what we're going to want to do is set up these tarps. We bought 2 different ones of these tarps, so I'll place one of those down first. I'll start opening up these boxes and seeing what they have inside. Some of them aren't as important just yet, but there's our other tarp. Here are going to be our nails. Each box of nails has 6 of them, so I can get 6 right there. By the way, if you end up enjoying the video, please subscribe. I'd really appreciate it. Then we need our other box of nails, and it's going to be right here. So pretty much same thing, just placing them where they need to go. And then we can take the hammer that we got a little while ago and just hammer this stuff. You know, just doing some good work, trying to get this entire bomb together. It is a lot of work, as you will see later on, because this is the first step, and it's definitely one of the easiest steps. There we go with that. That's now set up. And now we have to make our cement mixer, which is just putting together all the cement mixer parts. There's going to be things like these wheels that we have to pick up. Then along with that, there's actually like the mixer part, which places right there. We got this other mixer part, and then all you have to do to actually make the cement is put in 1 thing of distilled water and 5 things of cement. Yeah, there are also tons of boxes on this thing, so you probably shouldn't pour cement while that's happening, but I also don't really care. So I'm just gonna pour the cement right there, and that's our first step done. So after that, we can go grab our photo, and we have to update our people on our Kickstarter. So I get that done. That's stage 1. And now we have stage 2, which gets a lot more difficult. So the very first thing we want to do is talk to Quickstart, and we have to press this button when it's green, which is easier said than done. And sometimes it also goes blue, which is annoying, but it will only flash green for a second. So you do have to keep track of that. I don't have the best reaction time in the world, but I will try. We just need 1 more of those, and we get $9,000. But instead of using that $9,000 on smart things, we're going to gamble it because there's a lot more money that we need to get. So I'm going to put that all in my funds account, and then we're going to the stock market. And the stock market in this game is just spinning a wheel, and hopefully you make more money and you don't go to zero. So I put $10,000 in there. We're going to bet it all, and we're going to spin. And you got to hope that you get a good number, which this time we actually got incredibly good luck, and we got a 2x. So that's all the money we need. We can now bring this stuff back over to our fund account. And yeah, I could not complain about that. This is a reset point for the speedrun. Sometimes you're just going to get a 0x or stuff that isn't good. But at the same time, we're also going to hear the IRS. So really quick, we will have to get this done. I'm going to go talk to them. And they basically say, hey, we know what you're doing. And I'm like, oh, no, I'm not making a bomb. But they just say, oh, you just used your account money for something you weren't supposed to. So they just want us to put the money back. And I already made way more money than I lost, so that isn't a problem. It's already back in the account. Took them a while to get there. But then we can get these needful things. These are our black holes, so we can easily transport things from our front yard to our backyard. A power that automatically gets rid of boxes and trash from our backyard, and faster running speed, so all of them are really important for the speed run. And there is a ton of stuff I have to buy for this next step. Pretty much just going through, grabbing everything we need. And we're also going to do our next few steps step by step. So like for this first one, we're just going to buy $800 worth of something. There's more things we'll want to get later, but you don't want to buy everything at the same time because sometimes that can mess up the game and just make way too many things get in here. But now at this point, what I'm going to want to do, actually, instead of putting these boxes down, I'm just going to leave the boxes and open the stuff first. And we have this pocket black hole, so we just toss things in there and it's literally that easy. No longer do we have to use our wheelbarrow, even though it has been a good friend to us, so I kind of feel bad about that. But this will speed us up a ton, so it definitely is worth it. And yeah, I'm just gonna keep placing things in this black hole. The only unfortunate thing though is because we're leaving these boxes in our front yard instead of our backyard, they won't get removed automatically. But that's not the biggest deal in the world, especially because there's only so much more stuff we will have to order. There's gonna be a ton of trash in our front yard that we're never gonna deal with. But we should be good, just making sure I didn't miss any boxes. And yeah, now we can go in our backyard. But before we actually go there, I'm gonna take a nap because it is getting darker out and it gets really dark in this game. So yeah, we might as well sleep. But it's the next day. Our guy is doing well. He's happy. You can see in the bottom left. And now to start this day, we have to put everything that we just bought on this table. So yeah, another thing where you just slowly get it done. There's a lot of that in this game, but I guess that's what I signed up for, especially when I decided to speedrun this and play it multiple times so I could get better at it. But it's kind of fun seeing all the stuff you bought actually get put on a table, slowly but surely. We're coming up to the last few things, and sometimes in this game, some of your materials just disappear. So I gotta see if everything actually stayed where I needed it to go. I think sometimes they go under the ground or just get lost. I have no idea. But we have this tin can, and it looks like we're missing two things, a hammer and one of those Petri dishes. So not the biggest deal in the world. We can just buy them in the online shop again. It's just $50, which we have more than enough after we went to the stock market. And our two things will show up right here. I dropped them in the black hole just like usual, and then we head back over here where we can finally actually do our job, actually make something after just moving things for so long.
I can do this. I'm fine.
Ship change. Don't make me thank you for your patronage. You'll need to try harder next time.
But leave it to me.
What? That was all?
So our first step
Сегодня мы глобально поговорим о дальнобойных ударах Украины по российской территории. Что в точности происходит, каковы у этого цели, текущие результаты и перспективы. Начать надо с последней громкой новости. Омский НПЗ приостановил работу после атаки. В этой новости важны 4 обстоятельства. Первое. Омский НПЗ, принадлежащий Газпромнефти, крупнейший...
Currently it's minus 20, right? Minus 30. Minus 40. Minus 50. Minus 60. Wait, edit two of them. So minus 40 currently, right? Oh god. Okay. So at least I am 0 on this one. Wait, is that a way to hijack this thing? $17 auto 9. Oh god.
В комментариях я часто вижу разнообразные шутки о дне, когда Российская Федерация останется без своего бессменного президента. Кто-то заготавливает шампанское, кто-то повторяет ставшее популярным стихотворение с вот этим вот «на крик, когда же эта сволочь сдохнет, уже никто не спрашивает кто». Но что по факту будет происходить в такой ситуации? Кто станет президентом России, если этот момент настанет? Президентом станет премьер-министр. Причем, скорее всего, не только временно исполняющим обязанности, но и долгосрочно. Конституция предусматривает четкую и быструю процедуру в случае отставки по любым причинам президента. В течение 3 месяцев должны быть проведены выборы. Причем выдвижение кандидатур там вообще чуть ли не сразу и идет 2 недели. За это время элитам вряд ли удастся договориться о какой-то другой кандидатуре, кроме того, кто уже и так будет исполнять обязанности. Но кто же этот кто-то и откуда он взялся? 2020 год. После послания Владимира Путина Федеральному собранию пост премьер-министра резко покидает сидевший там почти десятилетие Дмитрий Медведев. Тандем заканчивает свое существование. Его место занимает человек, о котором страна, если и слышала, то мельком. Из чего многие делают вывод. Человек этот для переходного периода просто. Ведь в послании Путин анонсировал обнуление собственных сроков. То есть возможность переизбраться еще. Но сегодня, 6 лет спустя, пост премьера занимает все тот же человек. Сегодня поговорим о Михаиле Мишустине, втором лице российского государства. В 26-м году, конечно, слова «второе лицо» в России звучат немного странно. Тем не менее, Мишустин интересен тем, что получил должность премьера, когда большинство россиян о нем и слыхом не слыхивали, а к ближнему кругу президента он при этом не принадлежал. И вот такой человек в итоге остался на своем кресле, даже когда началась война, и теперь считается главным технократом из тех, кто составляет российскую верхушку и имеет далеко не нулевую вероятность стать следующим президентом России. Есть о чем поговорить. Прежде чем начнем, напомню, по ссылке в описании есть сделанный нами гайд о том, как обходить блокировки. Спонсирует его сервис М-карт, запускающий буквально за 5 минут виртуальные карты, которые работают за границей. Если вам нужна резервная карта, которую можно пополнить из России, обращайтесь к ним. А если вы подыскиваете подходящий VPN-сервис, обратите внимание на Liberty VPN. У них есть серверы под разные задачи, например, отдельные игровые. А еще для тех, кто рекламу не перематывает, в первом комментарии объявление о вакансии иллюстратора в нашу команду. Михаил Мишустин свою карьеру чиновника начал с работы налоговиком. Еще в 1998-м он пошел работать в существовавшее тогда Министерство по налогам и сборам, где стал в итоге замминистра. Помните это? «Заплати налоги и спи спокойно». Вот это министерство тогда это выпускало. Потом он руководил Роснедвижимостью, затем агентством по управлению особыми экономическими зонами, которое при нем открыло, например, хорошо известную экономическую зону в Алабуге. Самая высокая должность, которую занимал Мишустин до премьерства, это глава налоговой, в которой он начинал государственную карьеру. К тому моменту она уже приобрела форму Федеральной налоговой службы. Руководить его в 2010 году назначил туда премьер-министр Путин. И следующие 10 лет Мишустин проработал на этом посту. Источники Forbes в 2020 году когда все кинулись разбираться, кто же это нахрен такой, назначен премьер-министром, сообщили, что за назначение Мишустину пришлось бороться. Против него был бывший глава ФНС Анатолий Сердюков, который хотел видеть новым руководителем кого-то из своей команды. Газета «Ведомости» же называла Мишустина протеже Алексея Кудрина, человека, который проработал министром финансов на протяжении нулевых, а в десятых пару месяцев поддерживал протесты на Болотной и даже выступил на одном из митингов. За эти 10 лет Мишустин модернизировал налоговую службу, которая объединила всю свою работу в одной компьютерной системе под названием «Налог-3». Ему также приписывают сокращение выездных налоговых проверок, то есть когда инспекторы вживую ехали копаться в документах. Приписывают и переход на подключенные к интернету кассовые аппараты, что, естественно, вывело значительную часть экономики из серой зоны. За 10 лет на посту у главы ФНС про Мишустина закрепилось два мнения. Первое, что он действительно настоящий технократ и работяга, которому интересна реальная работа, выстраивание процессов и вытаскивание российских госконтор в 21 век. Второе мнение, что Мишустин ценит пиар, причем как своей организации, так и свой личный. И да, он уделял немало внимания рекламе самой налоговой службы. Нанимал опытных медиа-менеджеров, которые придумывали полноценные рекламные кампании для ФНС и активно общались с журналистами. Не на последнем месте был и личный имидж, который построен на умении не ссориться с другими представителями российского руководства. Мишустину было важно, что у него в зоне ответственности все работало хорошо, и чтобы все об этом знали. Премьер-министром России Михаил Мишустин стал молниеносным. В середине января 2020-го Дмитрий Медведев, который отсидел на посту премьера целых 8 лет, с тех пор, как перестал быть президентом, неожиданно объявил, что уходит в отставку. Это произошло сразу после путинского послания Федеральному собранию, где тот объявил, что будет вносить в Конституцию те самые знаменитые поправки. Публичная причина, почему Медведев ушел, заключилась именно в этом. Мол, президент нас тащит в новую эпоху с грандиозными изменениями, поэтому кабинет министров нужно непременно обновить. Настоящая причина ухода Медведева, естественно, неизвестна. В общем, нужен был новый премьер, и Путин в тот же день выдвинул кандидатуру Мишустина, а Госдума оперативно ее быстренько одобрила. Впечатление от Мишустина было необычным. Новый премьер даже не успел побыть главой какого-нибудь министерства, но сразу стал вторым лицом в государстве. Более того, у России до этого аж 12 лет фактически не было премьер-министра, как отдельной политической фигуры. С 2008-го премьером был экс-президент Путин, который не особо-то и экс. Затем был экс-президент Медведев, для которого это была просто сверхпочетная пенсия. Теперь же у России неожиданно для всех появился технократичный премьер-министр, которого большая часть страны вообще до этого не знала. И кроме того, он даже не выглядел как политик или часть правящей элиты. В состав правительства Мишустин набрал немало своих людей. Например, вице-премьерами стали личные друзья Мишустина Дмитрий Чернышенко и Виктория Абрамченко. Причем Чернышенко до сих пор на посту. Также вице-премьерами стали заместители Мишустина из налоговой службы Дмитрий Григоренко и Алексей Аверчук. Но в кабинет министров попали также и люди из команды другого известного технократа Сергея Собянина. Это вице-премьер Марат Хуснуллин и глава Минэкономразвития Максим Решетников. Когда Мишустин стал премьером, у некоторых людей нашего фланга даже появилось ощущение, что грядут какие-то позитивные перемены. В конце концов, появилось новое лицо из числа государственных технократов. С большой натяжечкой, но можно было бы сказать даже и что из либералов. На «Медузе» даже известный прогнозист Андрей Перцев написал, что, похоже, Россия пойдет по пути Казахстана и передаст власть новому поколению. Ну, не очень сложилось это дело. Идеи об либерализации страны, связанные с Мишустиным, не очень-то оправдались, мягко говоря. Итак, поскольку работа премьером у Мишустина началась в 2020-м, нетрудно догадаться, каким стало для него первое испытание. Как вы помните, может быть, тогда вообще-то ковид был. Разберемся после небольшой рекламы нашего книжного магазина. Если вам интересно про российскую политику и как вообще у нас все это получилось, в моей книге «История новой России» как раз это все написано. Конечно, это было главное дело тогда. В январе-то о ковиде еще никто особо не думал. Все просто с интересом почитывали новости из Уханя, полагая, что все это не близко и ненадолго. Но уже через пару месяцев все завертелось всерьез. Плохие новости в течение пандемии, да и в принципе на протяжении всего правления, Путин объявлять не хотел. Потому задачу взвалили на губернаторов регионов, а на федеральном уровне на нового премьера Мишустина. Потом, правда, ковид свалил и самого премьера, который в мае почти месяц лечился от него, а его обязанности исполнял зам Белоусов, нынешний министр обороны. Ходили даже разговоры, что премьер обратно на свой пост уже не вернется, но обошлось. Впечатления о том, как правительство Мишустина справлялось с ковидом, смешанные. С одной стороны, экономика все выдержала, с другой, локдауны в России закончили слишком рано, и от этого погибло больше людей. Впрочем, дискуссии о балансе между экономикой и защитой от ковида велись практически во всех странах мира, причем ведутся они до сих пор, и до сих пор нет какого-то понятного вывода, как было правильно. Будучи премьером, Мишустин особо никак не участвовал в российской провластной политике. Да, поддержал поправки в Конституцию, конечно, из-за которых его и назначили премьером. С «Единой Россией» везде и всегда публично сотрудничал, потому что, ну а как иначе? Но каких-то активных...
Wait. I only need 2 pulls? Well, 10 pulls. To get the appropriate thing. Maybe I'll even get it within bulk pull.
I'm not a good person to kill time with.
Tomato livery is more funny, so... Ooh, that's cute. Ooh. Yeah, that's nice. So I got it. Great.
Got something to say?
именно политических действий и заявлений за ним замечено не было. Поэтому сложно говорить о том, чего Мишустин в целом добился на своем посту. Он просто продолжал работать и в особо громких новостях не появлялся. Вот Мишустин посетил завод, тут съездил на один из 30 российских экономических форумов, там совещание провел по телевизору. Это, в общем-то, все, что видно со стороны. Из чего можно сделать вполне закономерный вывод. Мишустин погружен в работу и другими вещами не интересуется. Проблема, конечно, в том, что все его премьерство состояло и состоит из кризисов, которые создает не он, но разбираться с ними приходится именно ему. И если первым таким кризисом был ковид, то вторым стала война. Большая война с Украиной для Мишустина, судя по всему, стала сюрпризом. Все же премьер-министр не входит в близкий круг Путина, с которым тот планировал свою специальную военную операцию, и поэтому подготовиться к последствиям вторжения Мишустин не успел. Именно правительству Мишустина нужно что-то активно предпринимать в связи с западными санкциями, которые активно посыпались на Россию, пока Путин и его генералы занимались рисованием стрелок на карте. Личное поведение Мишустина в паблике изменилось. Раньше премьер был только рад оказаться в прессе, но с началом войны, судя по всему, желание поубавилось. Видимо, ассоциировать себя с войной Мишустин не хотел и не хочет. Здесь, конечно, налицо контраст с предшественником Мишустина Дмитрием Медведевым, который полностью погрузился в балабольство и раз в неделю выступает с предложениями взорвать Киев или Вашингтон. Мишустин же, наоборот, старается тему игнорировать и заниматься обычной правительственной менеджерской работой. Естественно, полностью избежать контакта с войной у него не выходит. Иногда за шкирку да притащат куда-нибудь. Именно Мишустину выпало разговаривать с крупным бизнесом, который задавлен санкциями, и именно Мишустин пытался решить их проблемы. Долгое время Мишустин в своих выступлениях старался вопросов войны избегать настолько, что даже не произносил слова «специальная военная операция». Однако, то ли когда вся экономика и жизнь в стране просто начали вокруг войны вращаться, то ли когда с кочергой пришли и вставили в нужное место, совсем отгородиться от терминологии ему стало невозможно. Но в любом случае, участие Мишустина здесь сводится к тому, чтобы поддерживать функционирование госаппарата, чтобы тот просто продолжал работать. Даже когда премьер-министр говорит о войне, то предпочитает фокусироваться на социальных темах. Что делать с вернувшимися солдатами, сколько денег платить, какие выделить льготы и помощь. Захват же условной Константиновки ни в полномочия, ни в интересы Мишустина не входит. Впрочем, похоже, что Владимир Путин работой премьера вполне доволен. За годы войны в России успели пройти президентские выборы в 2024 году, на которых Путин набрал 3000% и даже с внешней точки зрения имел отличную возможность сменить второе лицо его правительства. Но Путин этого не сделал. После очередной президентской инаугурации сменили лишь Шойгу на Белоусова и притащили в кабинет министров парочку бывших губернаторов. Мишустина же снова назначили премьером. Ролик уже заканчивается, а мы, в общем-то, ничего интересного не сказали о премьер-министре России. 6 лет премьером является человек, о котором в целом до сих пор в передаче на политическом канале и сказать-то нечего. Поэтому повторимся. Когда Михаил Мишустин стал премьер-министром России, было мнение, что на посту этом он не задержится. Мол, Путину был нужен человек, который проведет страну через изменение Конституции, который будет просто стабильно улучшать работу системы. В общем, технократ. Считали, что когда все уляжется, Путин назначит премьер-министром кого-то из своего классического старого круга. Но так не произошло. Мишустин продолжил быть и технократом, и премьером. За 6 лет на своей должности он не оказался замешан ни в каких конфликтах внутри российской элиты, не покушался на влияние тех, кто за него борется. Михаил Мишустин – пример человека, которых в российской власти, наверное, большинство. Просто он среди них самый известный и самый высокопоставленный. Видимо, целью этих людей было просто работать чиновниками. Получать там зарплату, ну, может, обогатиться как-то. У многих также есть цель работать на своих должностях хорошо. Пока по телевизору мы видим сумасшедших, которых никак не волнует состояние страны, лишь бы фронт на карте продвигался, эти чиновники как-то поддерживают функционирование государства на должностях от налогового инспектора до премьера страны. И поддерживать войну, как-то активно солидаризироваться с Z-истерией им для этого не обязательно. Даже разрешено этого не делать. Когда-то с Мишустиным связывались надежды, что в России наступят таки перемены к лучшему. В вакууме, в мирной и свободной стране это как раз прекрасно, когда делами руководят технократы, может и не самые заметные, зато эффективные, которые бесконечно занимаются улучшением KPI, реструктуризациями и оптимизациями. И другой, куда менее публичной, но полезной работой, поддерживающей не только государство, но и граждан. Даже в военное время такие менеджеры думают не о битвах, а о том, как сохранить работоспособность веренной им структуры. Проблема, однако, в том, что такие люди внутри системы не могут оказать никакого сопротивления, если она начинает идти по неверному или вообще какому-то безумному пути, как произошло с нашей страной. Безликие и безидейные технократы могут с одинаковой эффективностью строить и школу, и барак в ГУЛАГе. И в нашем случае они оказались строителями фундамента системы, убивающей сотни тысяч людей ни за чем и ни за что. Они очень профессионально этот фундамент поддерживают, и во многом благодаря им Россия пережила множество шоков, которые случились в результате войны, и сохранилась в состоянии, позволяющем дальше ее вести. Российские политические и управленческие элиты сейчас выглядят именно так. Безидейными, безинициативными, профессионалами своего дела, которые демонстративно не лезут в политические решения, но выполняют работу на своем уровне. Что, конечно, делает их соучастниками того ужаса, который происходит. Но более интересный тут вопрос, что будет с Россией, когда эти элиты останутся, а Владимира Путина не будет? Вопрос открытый. До завтра.
Choose your envelope.
Every time you say that, I think choose your Egyptian hieroglyph, but that's probably because I've watched too much Only Connect.
This is the technical difficulties, and we are playing One of These People is Lying, because one of these people will be open your randomly selected envelopes. Inside two of those envelopes is a fact and all the background information that you will need to tell us about it. Inside one of these envelopes is a lie and then a blank card. And someone here will have to bluff their way through. I mean, honestly, I have questions here that I've been given to kind of prompt things along. They'll just have to bluff their way through everything that's going on. Gary, what is your fact?
In Morocco, it's illegal to build a home without a bath in it.
Okay, Chris, what's your fact?
According to the UN, London is technically a forest.
Oh.
Matt, what's your fact?
Osama bin Laden.
That's a good start for
Well,
us.
I thought we were on for the weird regulations and rules episode.
No.
But no, that
Was
noise.
banned from attending Arsenal matches.
Incredible.
Get
It's the
it.
weird rules and regulations episode. So we've got all sorts of weird rules and regulations, including an Osama bin Laden reference. Good luck getting through the next 20 minutes, chaps.
Hey.
We start with Gary
Oh.
this time
Right.
in Morocco.
Yes, it is illegal to build a home without a bath in it.
Why?
I'll give you a guess. It's to
The-
do
the
with
bath-
people being clean.
The bath lobby. I don't know.
What? Yeah, the powerful bath lobby
Yes.
of the Near East, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're not worried about bath bomb attacks then.
Oh my God! Now that's your fella.
Oh,
Here
that
we
didn't
go.
take long, did
Here
it?
we go.
Yeah, he's had a change of heart and has opened up a brand of Lush.
Yes.
And if you really use the soap, you get an Osama bin Laden.
Ah! Mother of all bath bombs.
Tsar bath bomber. The Russians tested it in the 1960s, and it absolutely cleaned everything for 50 miles around.
Yeah.
It's the reason that all tropical seas are blue.
Yeah. I was thinking it'd been like Oppenheimer with a washing up bowl on top of a big tower that they just dropped the first bath fizzer in 1945. And they can just see. I have become Jiff, the cleaner of baths.
Yes.
Become shit.
It's not even called GIF. It hasn't been called GIF for 20 years.
Yeah,
It's the closest
they're
thing.
gifts.
Oh.
It's the closest thing to death I could think of.
Yeah.
While on my feet, that would be funny and still be about cleaning.
There's a reason I didn't go after it. I couldn't get the line. I respect you for even
I've
trying,
become
sir.
Jeff, the destroyer of scum.
There we go. Okay, why? Something to do with cleanliness?
Yeah, because cleanliness, obviously, I mean, without facts spoiling fun here, in Morocco, it's a Muslim country. So there is going to be a need for daily ablutions for the needs of prayer. They didn't want people getting caught without having access to, cleanliness solutions. So therefore, rather than getting people to have, just a sink, let's get people to build a bath and then all of the cleanliness things are covered.
I kind of like that idea because I rarely bath. I shower, but
Thanks for
occasionally,
clarifying.
I occasionally really want a bath. Like if I've had a very long day of manual labour, yes, it doesn't happen very often. But when I have done, like the one thing I want after that is a long soak in a bath.
I have a bath every week. As well as showers, obviously.
Thank you for
Okay,
clarifying.
Gets the tin bath down from puts it in from tip fire.
It is my time on a Saturday, as agreed within the family. Right.
They'll clear out the living room so you can have the fireplace.
Yeah.
That's it.
And then the wife gets in after you, and then after that the little one, and then
but-
after that the even littler one.
We were happy. But yeah, no, Saturday, bath, beer, book. I go and have a bath, read my book, and have a beer in the bath.
My brain was going to say you've run out of hands because you got the bath, you got the beer. Where are you going to put the book? That's not how baths work.
Wouldn't you like to know? Just close it gently.
One does not hold the bath.
I want that now. A little bath for my bath.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is, going back to the thing with Morocco,
Yeah,
because you're saying have a shower, you can have a shower in a bath.
Yeah.
But if you only have a shower, you can't have a bath, can you?
Okay.
So it's a multifunctional
And
thing.
I guess this is sort of age of the regulation as
Yeah.
whatever else, where they're not going to say shower or suitable ablutions. They're going to say clean bath.
Be clean.
Yeah.
Is this actually enforced? Or are they just sort of... Is it one of those laws that's like, well, technically, yes, you can shoot a Scotsman with a crossbow within the bounds of York? Or is it like, no, any new home has to be like properly...
Sounds like planning.
Yeah, it's going to be
regulations.
a building reg. It's like it's not an attic bedroom unless it has proper stairs and a door or
That is
whatever.
exactly what it says here.
Yeah.
Is that it's one of the things that is enforced through planning control. So in terms of it being enforced, it's not like there's the bath police that are going to like kick your door in.
That's very different in Muslim countries. Bath, yeah.
In Iraq.
Yeah, yeah,
It's a Saddam Hussein joke.
It's a Saddam Hussein joke,
Go
yeah.
with all the
it's
the
a
Osama bin
Saddam
Laden
Hussein joke.
ones. That was about. I mean, if I was funnier and I didn't have this card here, then I would have probably done a whole thing about it being a misunderstanding about the Bath Party.
Yeah.
Although there is an element to this that is about in the 1940s, part of an economic stimulus thing was about enforce people having a bath in their house. It will ensure skilled labour in a time of unemployment.
I'm just thinking
the root point of it is where it goes back to both cleanliness and unemployment.
I'm just thinking, like, I'm taking too much enjoyment from trying to fathom these myself, but you don't have the Bath police here, but like you were saying with like the lofts and stairs and stuff, because I've had, you've lived somewhere like, that's a bit weird, and you look it up and like, no, the landlord's not allowed to do this.
Yeah.
This house should never have been built like this.
Yeah.
Just no one checked.
Yeah, that's it. It's inside your own four walls. It's not really ever going to come up, but it's like there's got to be a door in a kitchen. There's got to be a door between a kitchen and a bathroom, and all kinds of stuff like that.
So there you go. Not too ridiculous.
Can't put your light switches less than 2 meters away from a sink or any other kind. So you don't get wet.
Chris.
Pretty lively here.
Forest. Yeah, so the UN classifies a forest as land spanning more than 0.05 hectares with trees at least 2 meters tall. So by some definitions, London apparently meets it by volume and height of trees.
It's very green.
Sorry. But, oh, well, yes, London is very green. Right off.
Okay, by city standards.
It's got more green space than Birmingham, Manchester, and Glasgow.
It seemed like all those designated green spaces have created a forest.
Well, yeah, because I'm defending your own fact for you here.
Crack on, mate.
Because if you are in the countryside, there aren't actually that many trees in farmland.
No,
You're
no,
gonna
and
end up with-
progressively less as time passes.
You're going to end up with pasture land and hedgerows and crops, but there aren't trees. And I would, I'm going to do a full defense of your own fact here.
Put this down.
Carry on,
Okay,
mate.
yeah.
No. In some countries, trees are going to be much more sparse, but are still going to count as forest. And I can see how all the forest patches in
all
London,
the-
if you
Add up
them
and
all up,
average them up and whatever else.
Hang
Yeah.
on, how close together?
Hang on. Hang about. Right.
if Chris has a different number now, are we going to remember
Right.
the first number?
Forest as land spanning more than 0.05 hectares, with trees at least 2 meters tall, creating a canopy of cover more than 10%. 14,000 hectares of London is considered green space, 40% of the city, 8.4 million trees, cover of 21%, double what is required for this blasted hellscape to be considered a forest.
I'm just thinking, like outside, like King's Cross. Yeah, there's some trees like in clumps, like there's little, like churchyards and stuff. But is that enough to get?
I guess they must be drawing the bound somewhere in the outskirts where it makes it count. I mean, we're not.
You've got like the
somewhere-
roads and
somewhere-
avenues.
You've got
and
Hyde
stuff.
Park and you got Alley Pally, and then you got like avenues and
Yeah.
you know,
Avenues and alleyways.
yeah.
Where the strong alone can survive.
Sorry, I have a vague memory that's your karaoke go-to.
Yeah, I've only done karaoke. I think on like I think it really is genuinely one occasion. I did Avenues and Alleyways by Tony Christie, and I got a standing ovation from the pub I did it in.
Oh,
I thought you were going to say from Tony
About
Christie.
15 seconds after he got off stage.
Oh. No, I held the last note. I think
Oh.
I think I got a slight cold as well, so my voice was a little bit stronger than it sometimes be. And obviously, yes, I had a few.
Obviously.
And it was a genuine, and that's partly why I've never done karaoke again.
Yeah,
Never
you
said
really
it.
reached those highs.
Nailed it on the first go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Matt, good luck, everybody. Osama bin Laden.
Was banned from attending Arsenal matches.
I want to believe he was part of a firm. It all accelerated away from a little bit of casual violence against.
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders. I got it. This one is a large cargo.
The funny thing is the irony of the name of the team.
Oh, yes, the Gunners.
Yeah, the Arsenal.
Yes.
He apparently attended several matches at the old Highbury ground in the 90s.
Huh.
Where did he play? Up front.
Spent all his time in the tunnel.
Hey!
That's why they had to move to a new ground. They were trying to find him. Yeah, so he went to it several times, and no one did anything about it. No one really knew, because who knows?
Yeah.
So many people.
Not a famous name back then.
Not so much. It was known a little bit in some communities.
Even if he wasn't, no, in a crowd of 40,000, who's going to go, that's Osama bin Laden?
Yeah, and I think it came out that he was very much known to many security services.
Yes.
For a very long time beforehand.
Yeah, but mostly as a hooligan, like Chris. He was on the wrong list. He had a football banning order. That was it.
Yeah, for some reason it looks like Osama bin Laden has been banned for hooliganism. So this all came to a head when a journalist claimed rather than reported that Osama bin Laden had attended the 93-94 European Cup winners final.
Oh, right, okay,
and
yeah.
had bought his son an Ian Wright shirt.
That's a great way you could put that, is that, which of the world's major terrorists had a shirt from a presenter of Match of the Day.
And how does Ian Wright feel about this? Because you know he's been asked about that at some point.
Turns out it was Colonel Gaddafi and Des Lynam.
The way you said that was Colonel Gaddafi with the lead piping in the study.
Colonel Gaddafi with Des Lynam
in the study.
In the caves in Tora Bora.
Which is funny because one of the things they found in Saddam Hussein's hiding spot was a Thierry Henry shirt. And it comes out that he's a supporter of Arsenal, at which point Arsenal went, well, you're banned. And the rest of this I'm just assuming, but as we all know, Osama bin Laden was very good at not going places he wasn't allowed to go. So I'm sure he never went to a match again.
Huh.
Sat in the away team dugout, tying his laces up.
I mean, dugout.
No, it's a natural cave formation, actually.
Oh, yeah, the natural caves under the old Highbury ground.
Yeah. It's the North London line.
Or as we call it, the away dressing room.
When you said old Highbury ground, I was like, there's no way Matt has that football knowledge. But you've been in London so long?
And I know things about architecture and city planning.
Yeah, you do. That's the annoying thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that's a football fact, There's no way you know that as a football fact. But as a history of London and architecture fact, there may not even be an old Highbury ground. That may be a complete... I mean, I know they've got a new stadium. I don't know where the old one was.
You can see the old stadium from the railway line as you pass the new stadium.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah.
I mean...
When was this? This was the 90s, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So...
the mid-90s European Cup final.
Yeah, 93, 94, you said.
No, yeah.
Chris, you named so many numbers so quickly. That was either the greatest feat of improvisation we've seen round here, or those numbers were on the card. I think those stats all made sense. So I think you're telling the truth. I've got no idea about these two.
He's saying that for quite a while.
Yes.
No, he's been saying one specific thing about it.
Yeah, he has one idea about
Just
you.
a lie.
No, I can't, because the football knowledge from Matt, yeah, maybe it was on the card, specifically old Highbury ground, but that's also the sort of thing that if Matt knew...
Busted bike. I seriously don't get how...
They keep crashing bikes.
Matt would entirely put in to throw me off. And Morocco, illegal to build a home without a bath? Yeah, that makes sense as a fact. Matt, I think your card is blank. Am I right?
No.
Wow! Give us the details.
Are we 6 episodes in now without me having had, or 5 episodes in without me having had a
well,
blank
before
one?
we reveal anything, give us the details.
Osama bin Laden was banned from attending Arsenal matches. It is thought that Osama bin Laden was an Arsenal fan, and there's some evidence to suggest that he attended several matches at Highbury during the 90s. Author Adam Robinson claims bin Laden was at the 93-94 European Cup Winners' final, and he even bought his son an Ian Wright shirt. When this hit the papers in 2001, Arsenal responded by issuing a lifetime ban to bin Laden.
It hit the papers in 2001.
Oh!
So post 9/11, a journalist goes, wait, bin Laden was an Arsenal fan? And
It's funny if it was pre-9/11.
it would, but and Arsenal just went, well, we're banning him then.
But pre-9/11, he was a very welcome member of the Arsenal community.
Yeah. Being a terrorist and all.
It's not like he took it up after that, is it?
Thus spake the Leeds fan.
Easy for you to say.
Matt, then, it's over to you. Take your pick. Which one of
What
those
was yours
two?
again?
Forest.
And what was yours?
Morocco baths. Just look outside the studio. The majestic rolling trees will be enough to convince you.
Exactly, and that's why I think you're lying.
They're not touching the
Because
ground.
minutiae of old lore feels like a thing Gary... Oh no, but if he comes up with it at work, does that mean it's false?
But this is about Morocco, my friend. A place I know very little of.
Chris, I think it's funnier if you've got the blank card, because you've had so many.
It would have been funny.
Oh!
wow!
He got away with it!
But there is a reason I went so out to bat for Gary, to make sure it sounded plausible. Thank you.
Shift change.
But leave it to me.
Provide back.
I can do this.
Your express delivery.
But leave it to me.
With the end of Nodcry essentially here, we are finally updating the official Jello Impact tier list from my experience building and testing every single character. And if you stick around till the end, I will also give you my prediction as to how the 7.0 characters will change the tier list as well. Welcome to Jello Impact, where we build and test every single character to help you decide who you want to wish for and build. Before we continue playing Genshin, I just need to charge my phone. This This is without a doubt one of the coolest sponsorships I have ever done. In addition to having fantastic quality products, Ugreen has gone above and beyond with this collaboration. Every single product is beautiful, combining premium tech with top-notch visual appeal. I know I'll be using these every single day, and they go perfectly with my gaming setup. This premium collection includes the gorgeous magnetic power bank with an ultra slim and satisfying design, MagSafe technology for fast 15-watt wireless charging. It features a super fast 65-watt charger, again with an absolutely gorgeous design, with care put into every detail, this awesome retractable cable, USB-C on both ends, and a special edition Ugreen Fine Track. The bundle includes the Yaoguang Chibi acrylic stand, exclusive tin badge. This tier list will be a little bit different than my ones previous. It will be very stringently based on my own testing, at least for the DPS side. For the support side, it is a bit more vibes, but I do think I've come up with a system that most people will be able to get behind. If I'm covering a character and you want to know what teams they have, what artifacts they use, how I got the number that I did, you can go to the sheet that's linked in every single video. You can click on the character and you can see all the stats they're using and the DPS number I got. Note that some of them I'm a bit better at giving the exact rotation than others. Eventually, it'll get better and more complete, but overall it should give you a good idea of where I'm pulling the numbers from. Starting with the DPS side, 90k and below. Well, I guess officially we'll start with the haven't tested yet. I haven't tested Gaming, mostly because I activated my Shenyan C2 before Miliastra Wonderland happened and we got the DPS dummy. Also, he's really annoying to play. I expect he's going to be around the 100k plus mark. Tartaglia I haven't tested. I do plan on getting to that. Eula, I'm kind of waiting for her to have a bit more synergy with something. And the rest of the characters, I think that they just, well, for various reasons, Ningguang, Yanfei, Keqing, Tainari, it's just mostly it's just the DPS is so low that it's not really worth it, and Diluc is the same reason as Gaming. Unfortunately, I can't unactivate my Shenyan C2, but I wanted to put this in the video, so if you main one of these characters and you have tested them in the DPS dummy and you can get a recording of it, and you follow my general guidelines, which is generally C0 5 stars, usually C6 4 stars with some exceptions. Newer ones like Prune, I count as C2. Ilua, I'm on the fence as to whether he should be C6 or C2. But for these characters, I don't think it'll matter. C0 5 stars, C6 4 stars, and 1 5-star weapon per team. That's my...
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a common cargo.
Current general baseline standard for my testing. It's not perfect. It doesn't apply to every single account out there. Sometimes a con is going to be better than a weapon, for example, but you can't unactivate constellations, so I choose to test weapons. At least for this final showcase number, most of the characters I also have a 4-star weapon test as well, especially all the new ones. So anyways, if you main with these characters and you follow those criteria, feel free to DM me on Discord, like a recording of your DPS dummy testing, and maybe we can get this list a little bit more complete. For the 80k plus range, it's Alhaitham. Very disappointingly, he has absolutely no synergy with Lunar Bloom, and as a result, even though his teams did get a small upscale from Columbina stuff, he still hits a very disappointing 85k. It is a pretty substantial upgrade from the 75k I was able to get pre-lunar stuff, but it's still just not enough to bring him into a reasonable DPS range. Linny, Yoimiya, and Ganyu all sit at the very, very high 90s, and I do expect them with better gameplay to reach 100k DPS, but for various reasons I find them all very annoying to play and difficult to optimize. And so even though with optimizations they could hit 100k, maybe even 110k in the case of Linny, I've just let them here because I think the majority of players will find them really tough. That's not to say I didn't try. I did watch, YouTube guides on Linny's rotation. Just in the time that I gave myself, I was not able to get higher than like 97k. Ayato just belongs here. He's not very good. In the 100k range, we have Ayaka running her Escoffier team. Hasn't really gotten an upscale since Escoffier. That's been a while. Wanderer and Shao recently got an upscale with the Nicole Durin core, which performs significantly better than their old teams. Even for me, vastly outperforming even a C2 Shenyan for Shao, for example. So really a big fan of that upscale. Still not all that high. Hopefully they can get more buffs in the future. And yes, this is including C1 Wanderer as it is free. And then Lauma is able to crack 100k as sort of a Hyper Bloom driver. This was a pre-Columbina team that I've just included on here just because I know some people still like to play Hyperbloom, and also to show the difference of Lauma Hyperbloom versus Alhaitham as an on-fielder. It's really sad to see just how much Alhaitham griefs the team by being on-field. I hope that we get Rhymegrass or something and he can move up. The 110k category is where I can say that DPSs start to feel a bit better to play, and like they're more able to clear endgame content a little bit more comfortably. I think 100k is possibly doable, but 110k is starting to feel a little bit better. Razor got some really nice upscales using the Nicole Durin core, Chevrus as my best 4th slot, and I was using Varka's weapon on him. It's a pretty expensive team, but at 118k, it was not too bad. He did finally outscale Raiden, even in my testing, so good on Razor. Ito and Noel both getting a pretty big upscale from Linnea and Columbina. The Lunar Crystallized teams are pretty solid. I'm gonna take Yelan off the DPS because she was driving Benefa for that team. As an Escoffier DPS, she's above 100k. I don't know. Let me know in the comments whether you think that should count. I'm kind of ambivalent. I don't really care. She got 115k driving Benefa and then 102k driving Frina Silali Escoffier. She's a better on-fielder than Ayato in the same teams. So if Ayato counts, then why doesn't Yelan count? I don't know. I'll put her here. You guys can decide whether you think it counts. Like I said, I'm ambivalent. Sino, currently with the dead slot on the Sandrone team, we expect this to go much, much, much higher. Again, at the end, I'll give you my prediction as to where I think it'll be. Risley, same thing, although he has a second team at this level in the Emily Durin Nicole core where he's melting, so pretty cool that he has that team right now. Mizuki's here as a Benefa driver. She's also expected to get a really big upscale in 7.0. Aoife, this is C0 Aoife. I just don't have C6 Aoife, so he probably goes past 120. I had Sucrose on here before. I'm not sure whether I count it or not. And then Raiden, my Raiden is C3, so this was a C0 Raiden that I borrowed someone's account for. She hit 112k. It's pretty decent, but I was definitely hoping for more. It's sad to see that she is indeed the worst limited 5-star Electro DPS and also worse than Razor. I hope to see some real Raiden buffs soon. By the way, these tiers are not ordered. They're kind of roughly ordered. If you want to see the exact number, just refer to this sheet. I did put quite a lot of thought into ranking just DPS versus factoring in other things, but the more that I looked at the sheet, the more that I felt like their final DPS number and where they ranked on the list was mostly pretty accurate. I recently found a new best in slot team for Lutao, Fischl, Yelan, Mona, being quite reasonably okay. Durin can also use Fischl, Yelan, Mona or overload and receive around this DPS. Novelette, I know a lot of people were commenting on my top 10 DPS list video that they were surprised to see Novelette fall out of top 10. Not only did he fall out of a top 10, I'm not even sure he's top 15. He just doesn't do damage like he used to, and his AoE used to be a big contributor to why he was so meta, but AoE is less and less important.
Fast and smooth delivery. Thanks a ton. That's enough food to last days.
Got it done. Wonder how much I'll make this time.
These days, and we just haven't gotten very many HP buffers and upscales, and he does mostly raw hydro damage, or at least he prefers to, unlike Mulanni, who Mona is helping her vaporize stuff, whereas Novelette just doesn't really get that same bonus because he already synergized with Farina. Klee is up here. She actually underperformed pretty substantially compared to what a lot of the theory crafters were saying pre-release. She was supposed to be better than Arlecchino by a pretty substantial margin, but it wasn't just me that found her underperform. A lot of the Klee mains were surprised that she wasn't quite getting the upscales that we thought she would. She still got a pretty big upscale from the new gift set, from Nicole. Her Chevrus teams are still very good. She's quite flexible. She's quite good for such an old character, and she's much, much, much better to play than she used to be. Just not as high as people calculate her to be. Venti got a pretty reasonable upscale from the gift set and Nicole, etc. Hit around 127 now. He's also fairly easy to play, which is nice. He has good range. Chlorand, and this is C0 Chlorand. I was able to borrow someone's account. Chlorand is a much better DPS for many more people now that she has access to Durin, Shev, Fischl as her best team. It used to be that Yansan was her best team. Now with Fischl getting her buff, her team is just so much more accessible than it used to be, with Shev not only being on her own banners before, but also on the Chronicled Wish banner. Fischl being a character in the shop makes her team so much cheaper and more accessible. Yeah, it's just so much more accessible. I really hope she gets added to the Constellation Selector, because a C1 Chlorand would probably bring her over 140 as per my testing standard, and that would just be a really nice bump for her. Now, before we go into the next level of the DPS list, I wanted to hop over to the support side, and our tiers work a little bit differently. We have just bad, niche bad, medium, niche good, flexible good, niche insane, and super meta. I know they're kind of weird tiers, but I wanted them to be a little bit more explanation heavy, because I want this tier list at the end of the day to be helpful. And I think the DPS list is very helpful even at a glance, because it shows the DPS number, but also paired with my spreadsheet gives you a lot of context into how well the character does and how they go about reaching that number. So I think it's not just the tier list itself that is helpful, it's the context that also is my testing sheet, which is linked in every video. But for the support tier list, there's no such context in terms of like a support like numerical testing list. So I think that each tier needs a bit more context than the other. But we have the just bad tier. I'm not going to go over every single character here. It's not that they have zero use. You can find some use for any of these characters if you really want to. You can say, oh, well, this character can do this, and they can do this and that. And yeah, they can. But generally right now, at least in terms of good teams, in terms of endgame, they're not really doing all that much. Some of them can be okay theater characters or overworld characters. Like, Siege Queen is a...
These orders. The store's overloaded with orders. I got it. This one is a
Sorry, accident.
Dealer, right? And that is useful for Stygian, Overworld, etc. You know, I could break this up and, you know, say that Charlotte has some use and blah blah blah. But in terms of actual, you know, meta powerful teams, these characters just generally don't show up as a good support anywhere. Niche bad are characters that do have a niche, but they're just not that good at it. They're an option that can be the best option for your account, but never really worth it to go out of your way to get. Like Rosaria, as an example, she's probably the best unit in this tier, as she can enable Melt for Moika. There's a lot of problems with her enabling Melt for Moika, but she could do it, and she's pretty decent at it. Shenyan does have some spots where she's pretty reasonably okay, but it's generally stuff that's not that good to begin with. Diluc Melt, Shao Plunge, etc. And Shao Plunge is, as we talked about, way better with something else. Like, they have a spot, you know? Xiangling has a spot, but when you've got the Pyro Traveler outperforming her for free at every turn, I'm always on the fence as to how to judge supports. And I think if you're worse than a free character that's not even very contested, I do think that should hurt your place on the tier list. If we didn't have any other Pyro Applicators, then Xiangling would be higher. But because you have a free Pyro Applicator and Traveler who can do more, it's just hard to justify. Zhongli can be good for casuals. It's like if you already have him, that's fine to use him in the overworld and all that. He does have a kit that's like okay. I mean, like, he's flexible enough. You could maybe put him up. We'll do it just for Zhongli posterity. I love Zhongli. Chang'an has some cool cooldown reduction stuff with Skirk. There's some niche uses. It's just they're not that good. Baiju really needs a kit rework. Being a burst reliant healer who doesn't apply all that much Dendro, and applying Dendro doesn't even matter anymore. So It's just not very good. Dahlia, even at C6, is an inferior option to the free Mona for Skirk teams. Can be okay for less good players at C0, like less good Skirk players at C6. Sorry, if you don't do Skirk combos. So he has something of a niche. Yehoda, something of a niche, and that she can be an alternative to Sucrose, but she's just kind of not very good at it. Kale, sort of the best, like I said, we don't really use Dendro application, but she is sort of the best Dendro application. There's some Stygian bosses where she is actually reasonably okay. And then Kumkomi, of course, being a good Hydra applicator, being a good healer, there's some justification to having her here. In the medium tier, we have characters that are kind of good. Okay, I can see why I didn't have Zhongli in this tier. These characters are actually good with something. Nilou teams can actually be good sometimes. Yelan does find her way onto some solid teams. Nahida is a pretty reasonable option for Nefer stuff. There's absolutely some Stygians where Kazuha is pretty good. Shen has a solid option for Skirk, even though she gets outclassed by Mona when she's C4. Chiori, surprisingly good Ilua alternative if you have Chiori on your Zabai. Try it out. Linnea buffing Chiori and Zabai, kind of underrated. Not really that, it's ahead of Goro in my testing and not that far from C6 Ilua. Okay, it's a little far from C6 Ilua, but you get my point. Goro, a free good option, alternative to Ilua, alternative to Ilua. Ilua, I totally forget. I learned the real pronunciation, now I've forgotten again. Sorry, alternative to Linnea, potentially. Lanyan, she applies a lot of swirl and animo and element, so there's some Stygian use cases for.
Time for the professionals to...
But leave it to me! I'm fine.
Shift change.
I can do this.
Come on, let's fight. Far from it.
I'll take point.
All right, taking over. Pretty lively here. Exclusive delivery. Please sign here. Time for the professionals to take over.
I can do this. Making a rally.
Pretty lively here. Thank you for your patronage. This isn't your ordinary package.
her on top of doing a shield. Beto is a reasonably good filler slot for Sandrone teams. Same with Diano, that's why they're both here. Pyro Traveler, somewhat of a decent character. All the other Travelers are either niche bad or just bad. Probably just go with just bad for the other ones, but Pyro Traveler belongs here. Cryo Traveler is looking insane based on my imagination. Oh, based on the footage we've seen from them in the trailer, looking kind of insane. We'll have to see how 7.0 turns out. Jean is here basically because she has some pretty reasonable uses here and there in Stygian where she can really cheese some stuff. Maybe she belongs in the tier above for niche good, but she's like niche to very specific bosses, and it's unclear if they ever want to like allow those or if they're gonna come back or what it is. I don't know. It's always just the future is always uncertain with Jean. Kuki, kind of a Hyper Bloom trigger, also just this sort of generalist healer, can work on some Nephri teams and stuff, some budget Flint stuff, I guess. Auroron in Overload Moika. He's worse than Bennett, but still can be an option, especially for C0 Overload Moika. Can be an okay character on some other stuff. Barzan has such a crazy kit, but just none of the new Animo characters ever end up using her. Xiao and Wang.
Orders. The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a common cargo.
Still do, but they're not performing high enough to be any higher than this. One could argue Emily could be a little bit higher after the buffs from Nicole. She did find her way onto my Klee team. She's the best non-C6 option for Kanich. I'm not sure. She's either top of this tier or at the bottom of next, with the next tier being niche good. Niche good includes Ilua, who is obviously extremely good for Zibai, but especially if we don't consider C6 as a baseline, because I think a lot of people don't have C6. I don't want to overemphasize how good Ilua is. Even at C6, I think there's an argument to still leave him in this tier, because he's just not that huge of an upgrade over the likes of Goro, the likes of Albedo, Chiori, Inefa. It's just not that huge. The next niche tier, those are characters that are like truly irreplaceable. These are characters that are just quite good. I do think Albedo belongs here. He's a surprisingly solid option for a lot of teams. With his free C1, he just gives a lot of buffing and he just ends up working pretty well. Like a good example is Lohen. He's very competitive with Shalonen as Lohen's best team, and Lohen, as you'll see in a bit, ends up very high on the tier list, but he's also pretty good on Mualani teams, Klee teams, etc. Despite my best efforts to discourage people from pulling more than one lunar team, a lot of people do, and as a result, Aino will be your best friend. You can only use one Columbina per team, so having Aino is really, really important. I've decided to make an executive decision right now. For this tier list, I'm going to include Prune at C2, and I'm going to say she's niche good. If you have Prune C6, she moves up, but I want the baseline represented on my tier list to be at C2, and that forces me to bump Venti down to medium. Venti is basically just a support for Varka, and he's worse than C2 Prune by a decent margin, and I think that C2 Prune just belongs in niche good. Chi-Chi is a little bit better than a filler slot like Beto and Diano for Sandrone, but I do still find her pretty annoying. You have to be within a really close range of the enemy to get her tenacity buff, to get her particles. It can be actually quite annoying, and I do sense that she gets replaced fairly soon. Her buffs just aren't that crazy unless you have C6, which I don't think is reasonable. And even then, her C6 buffs are not crazy. They're just harder to replace easily, but I still think she's pretty solid and belongs in niche good. Back over to the DPS tier list. 130k. Sucrose just driving Inefa here. Don't pay too much attention. Navia, really cool to see Navia age well. Even without getting buffs, she was considered one of the weaker Fontaine DPSs by most. So to here, don't pay too much attention. Navia, 130k. Sucrose just driving Inefa here, don't pay too much attention. Navia, really cool to see Navia age crazy. They're just harder to replace easily, but I still think she's pretty solid and belongs in niche good. Back over to the DPS tier list. 130k. Sucrose just driving Inefa here, don't pay too much attention. Navia, really cool to see Navia age well. Even without getting buffs, she was considered one of the weaker Fontaine DPSs by most. So to see her gap Novelette and even beat out her friend Clorand, it's pretty good to see her perform so well. Obviously, looks inside, it's Linnea Columbina, but she has pretty good other teams as well with the Hexray stuff, so not so bad. Chaska, unfortunately, performing the worst out of the Nodcry DPS by a pretty significant margin. It was nice to see her get an upscale. Nicole Duran Eonson performing quite well for me, and Nicole Duran Mona also not too bad. Nicole Duran Lally also being reasonable. I think the way she was designed was just to trade off the high-end power for flexibility. She does have really good early cons though, so if you want to invest into Chaska, it's still fine. This is just with her weapon. Arlecchino getting a surprising upscale.
What kind of delivery is this? 1 star. I'm not paying a cent.
Definitely a problem customer.
You're too slow. My time is precious.
There were too many red lights. I really went as fast as I could.
You wait at red lights? You expect me to believe that? I'm calling your company. You're done.
Sorry, I'm just a temporary courier. That won't work on me. Want to complain in person? I can drive you there.
Ah, why'd it have to be a temp? Fine, whatever. Just remember this next time.
Honestly, more annoying than an anomaly.
From Nicole Fischel Chev, performing pretty well for me. I was pretty impressed with it, honestly, at 138. It is even possible that if you're good at playing solo Melt Arlecchino, that you even outperform that and you're able to hit 140. For me, it's pretty difficult and inconsistent to do solo Melt, so even after attempting it for quite a while, and I've been looking at Arle mains, I've seen most of them also struggle with solo Melt, so I'm choosing to not include it here just because I couldn't get it to work, and this is my testing and this is my DPS tier list cheat, and I am very comfortable recommending either her Overload team or her Double Cryo Melt team, was a solid 128, but I'd rather include something that I can actually recommend to the majority of players. Looking at 140, we have nobody in 140. We have a big gap until we get to the 150 plus range, and we have the Natlin cast.
Time for the professionals to
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders, and we're short-staffed. Can you help us out? Got it. This one is a common cargo.
Except for Chaska. Great to see Veresa here. She keeps getting like little upscales with Durin, and then with Nicole Iansan. She has a few teams actually in the 150 plus. Nicole Durin Iansan, Iansan Durin Chev, and Nicole Durin Iansan, a different version of it. Why is Chev here twice? Oh, Durin with Noblesse versus Win. And then, not that far below 150 is Fischel Durin Chev. So honestly, quite a few little variations that help those players who didn't get a C6 Iansan, well, now you have the Fischel variant, which is not too far behind. You didn't get a C6 Chev, well, you have Nicole, who's actually a little bit of an upgrade. And if you don't have Durin and you have Moika, you can perform very similarly to Durin if you use the charge dash combo on Moika. I don't include that in for a couple reasons. I do have one example of Moika doing it here. Well, I do include it. It's right here. It's not too far behind. It's just that it's so much more difficult. And if you're going to do it, you really should just be playing Moika. There's not really any point in Veresa here. She's worse than Auroron. She's worse than Bennett. In the slot, Veresa, the nice thing about using Veresa in Overload is that she's easy. If we start doing Moika charge dash, then number one, she's not easy anymore, and number two, you should just be using Moika.
Let me know in the comments. Thanks a lot for watching. Take care, and see you guys in the next one.
Но некоторые внимание людей привлекают.
Есть правила, есть приказы и уставы, но не всегда они выполняются. Я с этим не спорю. Но когда ты, тварь, блядь, которой больше 70 лет, так называемый президент, закончишь вот это все блядство, ты еще хочешь больше областей отобрать? А нахера они нам нужны, блядь?
За последние дни, например, в соцсетях разошлось 2 ролика с вернувшимися домой участниками войны. Первое видео было снято во время облавы на мужчин в Пензенской области. Там человек на инвалидной коляске преследовал с ножом сотрудников военной автомобильной инспекции. Герой видео Дмитрий Афанасов. Он сам пережил фронт и потерял на войне обе ноги. Явным образом он не одобряет принудительную отправку на войну своих земляков, не желает другим пережить свой опыт. Второй ролик снят в Воронежской области. Бывший участник войны Александр Лунин записал обращение к Путину, которое за день набрало 1 000 000 просмотров в заблокированном Инстаграме, а за 2 дня более 3 миллионов. Размещено оно с хэштегами «Моя
much more difficult, and if you're going to do it, you really should just be playing Moika. There's not really any point in Veresa here. She's worse than Auroron, she's worse than Bennett. In the slot, Veresa, the nice thing about using Veresa in Overload is that she's easy. If we start doing Moika Charge Dash, then number one, she's not easy anymore, and number two, you should just be using Moika. So, but that out of the way, at its peak, I still find Durin better, so that's nice for Veresa. Overall, all in all, she's in a great spot. Kinich, 150k. Now, this is one character that you could argue is scamming a little bit, because this is using C6 Yansan. So if we were to adjust this tier list to be a little bit less scammy, you would probably drop Kinich down to here, which is more in the lines of his C2 Yansan performance, his Emily instead of Yansan performance, and this is probably a more realistic interpretation. I'm going to throw Kinich Mains a bone. I'm going to put him up here because we're just going to stick with my basic assumptions, you know, and I feel a little bit more comfortable with it because, oh my god, it's actually only 137. It's not even, but maybe with a level 10 Nicole skill, he could break 140 with better play. I am doing 5e, but it's a lazy 5e. He could probably break 140 with this. But yeah, this is one of the characters that I could see him scamming a little bit to be here, but he does consistently reach here. And then Mualani is arguably a character that's scammed out of being higher because her team is one of the cheapest in the game with Mona, Moika, Sucrose. Only 2 5-stars. That's so much cheaper than a lot of other teams. Sucrose doesn't need C6. Mona just needs C4, which I'm on the fence as to whether that counts or not. Depends whether the Constellation Selector can give us another Mona. When I thought that the Constellation Selector would allow us to select Mona a second time, then I was very comfortable with it. Now I'm not as sure that will happen, and therefore I'm not as sure I'm comfortable with Mona C4 as the baseline. But for those of you arguing for Mualani should have a con or two, which I totally get, that's a totally valid argument. At least we're giving her Mona C4, so that's nice. So kind of splits the difference a little bit. So overall, I'm okay with Mualani being here. Sometimes I want to drop her down because of her being hard to play, but I'm kind of getting used to it. Still a bit cringe, still misses a bunch of stuff, but I'm kind of
batch of merch hasn't dropped yet. Don't let the obsessive fans find out. Someone's coming. I'm out. If anyone asks, you didn't see me.
Is this a movie?
Coming around on it, I actually think I will get a con on her for myself because I do like playing her and I think having her C1 would be nice. It's complicated. Back over to the support tier list. The next category is flexible good. Farina may not be on as many top teams anymore, but she is the second best Hydro option a lot of the time. Even on Flint's, unless you have C6 Ino, Flint's teams do best with Farina on Tenacity, which is interesting. She also just does like a reasonable amount of damage. The summons following you around. Every time you require Hydro in the Abyss or Stygian, which is fairly often, or Hydro is in the theater, she's just very good. I just don't think she can go below flexible good. If you have her, you're probably going to be using her fairly regularly, even though she's not as optimal as she used to be. So yeah, I think flexible good, even if she's on the lower end of the tier. These are not ordered, but maybe a little bit roughly ordered. I think this is fair. Shalonen kind of in the exact same boat, but she works on more meta teams now. She also works decently on Sandrone teams. Very rarely is Shalonen the best option, but fairly often is she a close option. So I really appreciate that about Shalonen. Again, the kind of character where if you have her, you probably end up using her in endgame. She's also great for the overworld, not that we're counting overworld for this, but I just do think that she brings enough to the table and is useful often enough that she does belong in flexible good. I have Citlali in flexible good. I think her use in every melt team, but also some versions of Mualani teams, like some Skirk teams, I think it makes her flexible enough that she belongs in this tier. You could argue that she belongs in the tier above, which is niche insane for Moika, which you could definitely argue. I think Moika doesn't need her. I don't know. You could definitely argue that Moika does need her for her melt teams, obviously. So yeah, I could see you arguing Citlali a bit higher. This is where the tier list isn't perfect. I would kind of prefer her to be in niche extremely good and also pretty flexible, right? She kind of breaks the mold a little bit for this tier list, but yeah. Mona, I definitely think flexible good is a great spot for her. She is really good for Mualani teams, but she's also quite good for Arlecchino teams, Durin teams, Skirk teams, Hutao teams. Just Mona is just quite good. Fischl works on so many teams. We've already talked about her quite a bit in just this video alone. A lot of people may think I'm underrating Chevrolet here, but actually she, as you've seen from the Varesa testing, she actually can be replaced by Nicole on a bunch of teams, and she can also be replaced by Fischl on a bunch of teams without losing too much. So I actually think that Chevrolet isn't as crazy as she once was. The next category above is niche insane, which are the characters that are basically irreplaceable for their niche, whereas flexible good are characters that are really, really good, but are also more flexible. You could also argue that flexible good is even a better tier than niche insane in a way, depending on how you look at it, because they are more flexible, or at least you. You could argue that these two tiers are comparable, that Niche Insane isn't strictly better than Flexible Good. But looking at Niche Insane, we have definitely the lowest on the list as a Escoffier. She is insane for freeze. Skirk is extremely meta for now. Escoffier is also pretty okay with double cryo melt stuff. She's okay for Sandrone for now as well. But because Skirk is still extremely ridiculous at brute forcing, so I think she still does hold on to her spot in Niche Insane. Just with the cryo region coming out, with Sandrone being going to be a better cryo DPS than Skirk, that probably drops down her value quite a bit, but she's still pretty insane, and Skirk is still a pretty insane character, so I think she still belongs here. Iansan, obviously for Moika, for Kanich, for Varesa, so
Пам-пам. Президент США Дональд Трамп заявил, что оба лидера, Владимир Путин и Владимир Зеленский, готовы к заключению сделки по урегулированию конфликта. Что можно здесь добавить? А я-то как готов, знал бы ты, Дональд. Прям очень давно. Подзадолбался ждать даже, так скажу. Но как именно Трамп это видит, мы скоро вернемся, потому что у него в жизни другая вещь случилась. Пам-пам. Президент США Дональд Трамп заявил о прекращении перемирия с Ираном. Думаю, все кончено. Больше я с ними не хочу иметь дело. То есть теперь, конечно, фраза «перемирие, возможно, между Россией и Украиной» чуть по-другому звучит в этом контексте. Они больны, с ними что-то не так. Мы говорим им: идите занимайтесь своими похоронными делами, а вместо этого они вчера начали обстреливать корабли ракетами. Поэтому вчера вечером мы нанесли по ним очень сильный удар. Реально, корпус стражи исламской революции атаковал дронами и ракетами 85 целей в странах Персидского залива, целей, связанных с США. А у них вообще-то не закончились все еще похоронные церемонии. Они вот только сейчас смогли из-за перемирия начать хоронить Хаминеи. На несколько дней все растянуто, включая перевозку гробов в Ирак. Но вот по каким-то причинам решили не ждать окончания, а опять воевать. Трамп выбесился, нефть опять дорожает. При этом то, что перемирие прекратилось, не означает, что переговоры остановятся. Возможно, им как-то получится совмещать приятное с полезным. Важно еще помнить, что Трампу для внутренней политики в США важно уже показывать какие-то новые успехи, поэтому и с Ираном он, скорее всего, не скатится в какую-то прям совсем горячую фазу войны, не будет туда перевозить солдат и начинать наземную операцию. Плюс к этому хорошо бы и Путина с Зеленским помирить хотя бы на какое-то время. Как раз сейчас саммит НАТО в Турции прошел. Кстати, вот Зеленский на общей фотографии стоит рядом с главой Польши. Мог бы, наверное, сэкономить на марках и орден, который он возвращал в Польшу, лично передать, а не почтой отправлять. Очевидно, что на саммите Трамп будет предлагать какое-то решение Зеленскому, чтобы потом попытаться продвинуться и с Путиным. К сожалению, для нас всех ожидающих, что война закончится, пока там разговоры в формате, что лучше всего мир приближает эскалация войны. Помимо новых кредитов, которые согласовали, Трамп также выдает Украине лицензию на производство ракет Patriot. Короче, они двигаются по логике, что ночь темнее перед рассветом. Наступит ли вообще рассвет, или они вот бесконечно будут выливать деньги, потому что те деньги, которые дают кредитам, потом они сами, эти американские, европейские страны производят на них вооружение, оно тратится во время войны, нужно давать новые кредиты, продать новое вооружение. В принципе, бизнес-план такой рабочий. Хочется надеяться, что побыстрее все вспомнят, что так-то и мирными путями можно деньги зарабатывать. Пам-пам. Привет, я Руслан Усачев, и сегодня поговорим о самых интересных новостях и событиях в России и мире за последнее время. Главная новость прошедшей недели, даже последних пары месяцев, который он возвращал в Польшу, лично передать, а не почтой отправлять. Очевидно, что на саммите Трамп будет предлагать какое-то решение Зеленскому, чтобы потом попытаться продвинуться и с Путиным. К сожалению, для нас всех ожидающих, что война закончится, пока там разговоры в формате, что лучше всего мир приближает эскалация войны. Помимо новых кредитов, которые согласовали, Трамп также выдает Украине лицензию на производство ракет Patriot. Короче, они двигаются по логике, что ночь темнее перед рассветом. Наступит ли вообще рассвет, или они вот бесконечно будут выливать деньги, потому что те деньги, которые дают кредитам, потом они сами, эти американские, европейские страны производят на них вооружение, оно тратится во время войны, нужно давать новые кредиты, продать новое вооружение. В принципе, бизнес-план такой рабочий. Хочется надеяться, что побыстрее все вспомнят, что так-то и мирными путями можно деньги зарабатывать. Пам-пам. Привет, я Руслан Усачев, и сегодня поговорим о самых интересных новостях и событиях в России и мире за последнее время. Главная новость прошедшей недели, даже последних пары месяцев, это то, что новый эпизод «Пора валить» в Гуанчжоу наконец-то вышел. Точнее, продолжению предыдущей новости про эскалацию. Украина продолжает атаковать нефтеперерабатывающие заводы на территории России. И делает это достаточно результативно. Вот буквально на днях атаки подвергся крупнейший НПЗ страны, который находится в Омске. Омск — это Сибирь, практически в 3000 километрах от границы Украины. Но все равно беспилотники долетели и поразили цель. Конечно, большую часть их сбили, обошлось без погибших и пострадавших в данном случае, но тут важен сам факт. Тут с нескольких сторон можно посмотреть на эту ситуацию. Во-первых, конечно, то, что, это в целом ожидаемо было, что туда будет нанесен удар, исходя из той стратегии, которую Украина уже несколько месяцев применяет. Но все равно НПЗ не смогли защитить. С другой стороны, конечно, если перетащить все ПВО и защищать эти НПЗ, то что-то другое окажется открытым. То есть обе стороны уже настолько поставили на поток производства дронов, что сотнями их отправляют. Вот я записываю это видео, сегодня с утра Собянин заявил, что только на Москву было запущено 430 беспилотников за ночь. Ну и, конечно, это число будет расти, эскалация будет продолжаться. Буквально этой же ночью был удар по Саратовскому НПЗ. Недавно «Газпром» досталось. Компании сообщили, что дроны атаковали станцию трубопровода «Голубой поток», который поставляет газ в Турцию. И это все ведет к понятным последствиям. Пам-пам. Возможно, кто-то из вас смотрит это видео у себя в машине, в огромной очереди на заправку. Вот давайте просто пройдемся прям по свежим последствиям этого топливного кризиса, который развернулся в стране. Правительство разрешило оборот бензина стандарта Евро-3 до конца этого года. Принято решение позволить направить на внутренний рынок дополнительные объемы топлива для удовлетворения существующего спроса. А штука в том, что стандарт Евро-3 значительно уступает современному стандарту Евро-5 по ключевым экологическим, но, что более важно, техническим параметрам. Это более плохой бензин, который ведет к следующей новости. Из-за некачественного бензина в России выросло число обращений в автосервисы. Помимо качества бензина, есть проблемы с его количеством. В Орловской области ввели очень специфическое ограничение на продажу топлива. Там все еще есть вот базовое ограничение 30 литров на один автомобиль. Но плюс к этому надо еще смотреть на календарь. Четные даты можно заправлять автомобили с номерами, которые начинаются на 0, 2, 4, 6 и 8. В нечетные дни на 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Я думаю, вы поняли схему. Четные и нечетные. Я такие ограничения встречал в других странах, но это было для того, чтобы ограничить число машин в городе. Там в Колумбии, вот я недавно был, там разрешено въезжать в город по такой схеме. Но вот в России это адаптировали под топливный кризис. Плюс есть информация, что подобную схему могут внедрить и в других регионах. Нижегородской, Тамбовской, Ярославской, Ивановской. Из-за того, что всем нужно найти, где можно заправиться, Яндекс и Т-Банк даже разработали и запустили специальные сервисы, которые помогают найти заправки, на которых еще осталось топливо. Помимо нехватки бензина для личных нужд граждан, есть еще и проблемы просто с электричеством. Полный блэкаут в Крыму. Украина пытается изолировать остров, там беспилотники бьют по линиям электропередач, и электричество пропало во всех 20 городах и районах полуострова. Начали вводить ограничения на передвижение. Правительство Белгородской области, допустим, запретило использование мототранспорта по ночам. В Крыму такое уже давно действует. А чтобы частично справиться с дефицитом бензина, Россия начала его импортировать. Итак, крупнейшие поставщики бензина в Россию сейчас это Индия, Беларусь, Казахстан и Китай. Вот так все развернулось. На самом деле там не очень какие-то огромные поставки, это не поможет решить проблему с нехваткой топлива быстро. В целом я представляю, что это очень сложно начать возить огромные объемы бензина в страну, которая обычно только продавала нефть. Возможно, для этого просто нет инфраструктуры. Пам-пам. Я продолжу придерживаться своей стратегии в обсуждении темы чемпионата мира по футболу. То есть не обсуждать сами игры. Я думаю, если вас такое интересует, для этого есть другие каналы на Ютубе. Но при этом я не могу обходить вниманием какие-то интересные сопутствующие события, потому что это все-таки большое культурное событие в том числе. Ну, то есть даже если вы не футбольный фанат, как можно пропустить такое послематчевое интервью капитана сборной Англии Гарри Кейна? Но ведь реальное ощущение, что улицу Сезам без перевода включил. Естественно, Дональд Трамп не упустил... Естественно, Дональд Трамп не упустил возможность перетянуть на себя немного внимания. На поле он не выходил, но пару раз позвонил куда надо. История заключается в том, что нападающий сборной США, важный для нее игрок, получил красную карточку в матче 1/16 финала против Боснии и должен был автоматически пропустить следующую игру с Бельгией. И вот в Белом доме решили, что это несправедливость государственного масштаба. Ну, там, правда, многие считают, что само решение было спорным, но, опять же, когда не было проблем с судейством на футболе. Трампа убедили вмешаться. Юристы администрации искали лазейки в правилах, чиновники изучали прошлые ошибки этого арбитра, а потом президент США лично позвонил своему давнему приятелю, главе ФИФА, и попросил пересмотреть решение. Трамп там отдельно заявил, что он даже не имел представления о том, как работает красная карточка. Когда узнал, очень расстроился. Как это так? Футболисту нельзя будет футболировать. И через несколько дней действительно дисциплинарный комитет заменил реальную дисквалификацию на условную сроком на год. Формально комитет-то независимый. Но вот как-то так совпало это со звонком президента США, что произошло одно из таких редчайших достаточно решений, когда реальная дисквалификация заменяется на условную. Чемпионат все-таки проходит в США. Как известно, сборной дома и стены помогают, и поле, и трибуны, и друзья президента. Пам-пам. Бельгийская сборная разгромила американскую в 1/8 финала со счетом 4-1. Все-таки, получается, я обсуждаю сами игры. Но, согласитесь, это смешно. Причем еще важно понимать, что специально таким образом устроена турнирная таблица чемпионатов мира, что у страны, которая принимает у себя соревнования, изначально большие шансы пройти дальше. Помимо того, что не нужно никуда ездить, они еще изначально при посеве точно не будут играть с сильными командами. Не считая этого, было всего 22 чемпионата мира по футболу, и в них, в 13 из них, хозяева доходили минимум до полуфинала. А США вылетает в 1/8. Я считаю, Трампу нужно опять звонить куда-то. Пам-пам. Небольшая передышка, пока вы на канал подписываетесь. Расскажу вам, что под выпуск снова «Пора валить» я запустил конкурс, в котором можно выиграть вот такой чудо-чемодан. Его историю можно будет, собственно, в видео узнать. Розыгрыш проходит в Телеграме, там же куча дополнительного контента по выпуску, например, обои для работала президент или переходите по ссылке в описании. Пам-пам. Серия взрывных устройств сработала возле отеля в Сирии, где остановился президент Франции Макрон. Вот и решил в кои-то веке президент Франции слетать в Сирию. Тут же начались теракты под боком. Что за невезение такое? Не переживаем, мужчина в порядке. В целом даже нет уверенности, что это прям он был целью взрывов. Некоторые СМИ пишут, что это покушение на Макрона. Но, возможно, просто так совпало. Это Сирия. Всегда возможны осадки в виде терактов. Пам-пам. В Туве уже больше недели ищут 2 пропавших школьниц. Вечером 1 июля 2 12-летние девочки вышли из дома в Кызыле и не вернулись. Все, что было изначально известно, это вот камеры наблюдения успели зафиксировать, что они направлялись в сторону набережной на Енисее. Позже на берегу нашли их телефоны, в воде ниже по течению обнаружили обувь обеих девочек. Соответственно, основная версия, что они, к сожалению, утонули. Но поиски продолжаются. В них участвуют больше 1000 человек, лодки, водолазы, беспилотники, волонтерские группы. Зону поиска расширили уже вплоть до Саяно-Шушенского водохранилища. Но при этом, конечно, не откидывают версию того, что могло произойти какое-то преступление. То есть, может быть, они живы и похищены. Из-за этой неопределенности люди, конечно, в огромном стрессе, готовы хвататься за любую надежду, и вот это тоже выливается в достаточно пугающие истории. По поисковым чатам начала распространяться информация, что какая-то ясновидящая указала на частный дом и сказала, что вот именно в нем находится пропавшая. И все этого было достаточно, чтобы толпа людей оказалась у стен дома, швыряли камни, пытались пробиться внутрь. Там в итоге пришлось побеспокоить аж главу республиканского МВД. Он лично приехал разбираться, потому что дошло до столкновений с силовиками, потому что вроде как какая-то ясновидящая кому-то что-то сказала. Мне кажется, вот за такое сразу нужно второе дело заводить. То есть либо на тех, кто специально выдумал эту информацию, из-за которой потом обезумевшая толпа начала штурмовать дом, где, тоже живет семья со своими детьми. Ну, либо вот на эту саму ясновидящую, если она существует. Потому что единственное, что точно знает ясновидящая, это то, что она никакая не ясновидящая, а просто обманывает людей. И ладно, и когда это касается каких-то мелких суеверий и мелочей, типа приворожить начальника. Но тут же речь-то о реальной ситуации, серьезной, касающейся жизни и смерти, о горе реальных людей. Вот как сюда... Это ужасно. Не понял. Пам-пам. Сейчас будет достаточно опасный для меня сегмент. Лингвисты назвали самое длинное зафиксированное слово русского языка. И в нем 55 букв. Я его не пытался даже прочесть до начала съемки этого видео. Думаю, будет тяжеловато. Для начала, конечно, надо размяться. До этого вроде как рекордсменом считалось слово из 55 букв, которое в официальной деловой речи 18-19 веков использовалось для такого подчеркнуто почтительного обращения к высокопоставленному человеку. При высоком многорассмотрительствующий. Неплохо. Пока ровно иду. Потом у нас в языке еще существует комплекс лечебных процедур, который называется «Вода, грязи, торфа, парафина, лечение». С первого раза. 29 букв. Изи. А вот отдельная категория — это химические соединения. Там же очень длинные слова можно составлять, чтобы точно описать формулу. И вот в одном из патентов на химическое соединение как раз нашли это слово из 55 букв. С Богом, Руслан. Все, нет. Тетрагидропиранил. Часть есть. Циклопентил, тетрагидрогидропирида. Фак. Это сильно сложнее, чем обычные слова. Тетрагидропиранил, циклопентил. Yes. Тетрагидропиранил, пироциклин. Это я выдумал слово. Тетрагидропиридиновый. Тетрагидропиранил, циклинопири... это doable. Тетрагидропириноперидиновый. тетрагидропиранилциклопентил, тетрагидропиридиновый. Почти. Так, все. Золотой дубль. Тетрагидропиранилциклопентил, Перидиновый, да что ж ты не можешь-то? Ребята, собрались, мне нужна ваша поддержка. Мы вместе. Тетрагидропиранилпироциклин, тетрагидропиридопиридиновый. Yes! Изи! Это лучшее, что случалось со мной за сегодняшний день. Возможно, пока я пытался произнести это слово, срок патента истек. Пам-пам. В Казахстане тоже обнуление. Поздравляем соседей. Мы через это уже проходили.
Первый раз.
Конституционный суд страны заявил, что Касым-Жомарт еще самое сложное слово. Конституционный суд страны заявил, что Касым-Жомарт Токаев может еще раз баллотироваться на пост главы государства после окончания нынешних полномочий в 2029 году. Формально логика следующая. С 1 июля в стране действует совершенно новая конституция. То есть они внесли не просто набор поправок, а прям новая конституция. Поэтому ограничения по срокам для высших должностных лиц начинают отчитываться заново. То, что человек уже занимал должность по конституции 95 года, препятствием для нового избрания не считается. Токаев даже поверить не мог такой удаче. Он сам даже обратился в суд конституционный, чтобы уточнить, правда ли срок обнуляется из-за обновления конституции, которое он сам и инициировал. Надо же, так совпало. Примерно так же совпало, когда он участвовал в досрочных выборах в 2022 году, и тогда ему тоже в каком-то смысле обнулили срок. Но при этом даже с такими продлениями Токаев будет президентом почти в 2 раза меньше лет, чем Путин уже был. Пам-пам. Какая еще может быть хорошая новость, как не новые направления для путешествий в нашем агентстве «Пора»? Да, направления. Множественное число. Их 2. Оба азиатские, но максимально контрастные. Япония и Северная Корея. По Японии подготовили большое путешествие через полстраны. От гастрономической Осаки и атмосферного Киото через уединенные пейзажи Нагано к яркому Токио. Будете гулять по японским садам и старинным улочкам, кормить оленей, загляните в гости к местным жителям, приготовите японские суши, проживете еще много моментов, которые запомнятся и покажут вам настоящую японскую культуру. А вот Северная Корея — это направление для тех, кому интересно увидеть одну из самых закрытых стран мира своими собственными глазами. Пхеньян, горы Механ, редкая атмосфера и ощущение, что ты оказался в том месте, о котором все говорят, но почти никто сам не видел. Все подробности о турах вы найдете на сайте агентства «Пора». Там же появились даты на осень по другим нашим направлениям. Китай, Кыргызстан, Узбекистан, Сокотра, Камбоджа и Вьетнам. Как всегда, в турах все важное продумано за вас. Маршруты без суеты, комфортная логистика, атмосферные локации, небольшая группа и забота турлидера. С вас всего лишь выбрать страну, в которую вы давно хотели попасть, и быть готовым к ярким впечатлениям. Пам-пам. Международный олимпийский комитет рекомендовал снять прежние ограничения и временно восстановил в правах Олимпийский комитет России. Его отстранили осенью 23 года, когда он включил в свой состав спортивные организации ДНР, ЛНР, Запорожской и Херсонской областей. Теперь российская страна подтвердила, что больше там не работает, спорные организации и структуры убрали, и юридическая комиссия МОК решила, что формальная причина для санкций исчезла. Они отменили рекомендации допускать россиян только как индивидуальных нейтральных спортсменов. Больше не требуется специальная проверка каждого отдельного атлета на поддержку войны. Нельзя запрещать командные соревнования просто потому, что у кого-то российский паспорт. На допинг, естественно, будут проверять, причем усиленно, потому что там, напоминаю, отдельно от войны была большая история. Но дальше идет много разных «но». Допустим, это пока не означает, что на открытии следующей Олимпиады пройдет сборная России со своим флагом и гимном. Весь вопрос национальной символики МОК оставил на потом. Сказали, что сами никаких мероприятий на территории России проводить не будут, а российских чиновников не будут никуда приглашать. Мало того, финальное решение о допуске российских спортсменов на какие-либо соревнования все равно будет принимать соответствующая международная федерация. Но я тут предполагаю, что вслед за МОК, которые самые главные ребята, остальные тоже примерно такие же решения будут принимать. Ну и главное, но все эти решения по восстановлению в правах, они временные. То есть как бы чуть приоткрыли дверцу, но будут внимательно следить за поведением. Чуть что, Россию выпнут обратно. Тут 2 момента интересно разобрать. Спортивный, очевидно, и политический. Спортивное в том, а как себя интересно теперь покажут российские атлеты. Как скажется на результатах то, что несколько лет они не допускались до больших соревнований и не конкурировали с мировыми топами в своих дисциплинах. Надеюсь, что хорошо себя покажут. Удивят даже всех. А политический момент — это то, что Олимпийский комитет России, получается, исключил из своего состава спортивные организации вот этих 4 регионов. Прям министр спорта об этом сообщал, но в такой обтекаемой формулировке. То есть российский министр исключил из системы российского спорта организации, которые находятся на территориях, которые считаются российскими по российской конституции. Как интересно получается. Тут еще вот на какую тему можно погадать. Очевидно, что основное, к чему привязано решение Международного олимпийского комитета, это сами Олимпийские игры, их главное событие. А у нас следующие Олимпийские игры где? В Лос-Анджелесе, США. То есть в этом решении можно усмотреть какой-то сигнал от США для России. То есть рядом с тем, что идет война, и в том числе США финансируют вооруженные силы Украины, вот в другой сфере есть такой, в спортивной сфере есть вот такой жест. Через международную организацию подмигнули России, что готовы все-таки дружить. Вот так тоже может быть. Сами выбирайте. Вот будут какие-то продвижения там по переговорам и перемириям, то, может быть, и другие уже более существенные санкции снимут. Не будет продвижения, опять же, вот тут вспомним, что это решение МОК, оно временное, его можно отменить, и опять спортсмены нигде не выступают. Пам-пам. ФИФА обсудит снятие бана с российских футбольных команд и их участие в турнирах. Ну, собственно, вот пошел процесс. Пам-пам. Неделя буквально осталось до выхода в прокат нового фильма Кристофера Нолана «Одиссея». Это, кстати, был фрагмент его последнего трейлера, который прямо сейчас занят тем, что безостановочно фармит дизлайки. Ни один фильм режиссера еще не сталкивался с такой негативной реакцией вот на стадии трейлеров, еще до выхода. Хотя, с другой стороны, никакие его фильмы не сталкивались с негативной реакцией. Там через плагины примерно можно оценить число дизлайков, и пишут, что уже за 500 000 перевалило примерно в тот момент, когда команда фильма гуляла по красной ковровой дорожке на премьере в Лондоне. В чем проблема? Естественно, кастинг. У многих появились вопросы, а почему это? В экранизации древнегреческого произведения роль Елены Троянской досталась темнокожей актрисе Лупите Nyong'o. Почему Трэвис Скотт играет поэта? Зендея в роли Афины. Ну да, в принципе, все уже подустали от Зендеи. Ну и плюс к этому форсили слух, что Эллиот Пейдж исполняет роль Ахиллеса. Если здесь не понимаете, в чем проблема, Эллиот Пейдж до этого уже работал с Ноланом в фильме «Начало». Вот он. Мне очень интересно, чем этот хейт обернется для фильма. Тут как бы очень интересно все сошлось. Во-первых, есть некое базовое ощущение, что лучше бы Нолан снимал что-то по оригинальному сценарию, за который, собственно, мы его и признали гением. Но он решил адаптировать вот этот древний эпос про мужика, который свалил куда-то тусоваться, бросил жену с ребенком, потом спустя кучу лет объявился и начал втирать, что вообще-то это он просто на работе задержался, потому что команду в свиней превратили, а выход перегородил одноглазый гигант. Плюс к этому, пока он снимал фильм, поменялась обстановка в Штатах. Вот маятник толерантности чуть обратно качнулся, и люди стали активнее высказывать свою усталость от повестки в Голливуде. И вот в этот момент начинают активно промить Одиссею. Брал ли Нолан Лупиту Nyong'o на роль Елены Троянской из-за своего творческого видения? Или по квотам, мы этого уже никогда не узнаем. То есть, как будто бы Нолан может себе позволить независимое решение принимать, да? Но факт в том, что многие в этом видят именно что политику, что это продюсеры заставили так сделать, и из-за этого выражают недовольство. Я понимаю аргумент, что это экранизация выдумки, и любые актеры могут быть на любых ролях, да, но главное, чтобы это служило финальной цели хорошего фильма. А пока по промо не очень понятно, чем вот обоснованы такие кастинговые решения, и базовая реакция, что это обосновано повесткой. То есть они отказались для записи саундтрека от использования оркестра, а использовали древнегреческие инструменты, чтобы было аутентично, но при этом у них diversity кастинг, а статуи в кадре не раскрашены, как это на самом деле было в Древней Греции. То есть какая-то непонятная граница у Нолана. По комментариям по поводу Трэвиса Скотта можно догадаться, что хотел все-таки какое-то заявление этим сделать Нолан, что вот современный рэпер — это как поэт в Древней Греции, но что-то мне подсказывает, что не будет того эффекта, как от песен Рик Росса в «Джанго освобожденном» или треков Джей-Зи в «Великом Гэтсби». Нолан крутой режиссер, но вот он в другом смысле крутой, нежели Тарантино и Баз Лурман. Вот он не совсем вот это чувствует. Он другое чувствует, но не это. Большой шанс, что мы получим эпичный, красивый, замороченный, но немного скучноватый фильмец. Рад буду ошибиться, первые отзывы критиков хорошие. Пам-пам. Китай ограничит доступ к своим передовым ИИ-моделям. Наслаждайтесь своим бесплатным дипсиком, пока можете, скоро лавочку прикроют. В Китае Министерство торговли организовало встречу с представителями IT-компаний, где начали обсуждать как государство хочет контролировать использование местных ИИ-систем. Хотят контролировать круг инвесторов, чтобы там иностранцев не было. Работать над усилением безопасности запатентованных технологий, что иронично, учитывая, что американцы постоянно ловят китайцев на том, что те пытаются скопировать их нейросети. И третье — это ограничение доступа иностранных государств к самым совершенным и мощным моделям. И это на самом деле совпадает с тем, что примерно происходит в США. Там государство уже запрещало компании Anthropic предоставить пользователям доступ к своим передовым моделям, хотя это частная компания. Потом запрет откатили, но, кажется, в народ выпустили чуть более тупенькую версию, чем планировалось. Самое хорошее осталось для государства. То есть, видимо, от этапа, где гонка и технологии была таким соревнованием именно что между частными стартапами, мы переходим к следующему этапу, что это чуть ли не военная технология, и правительство в бесконтрольном распространении видит угрозу для своей безопасности. Если так продолжится, то мы с вами доступа к каким-то действительно умным моделям даже не увидим. Все самые интересные игрушки останутся в руках генералов, даже не узнаем, как апокалипсис начался. Пам-пам. Пользователь Reddit представил очень крутое расширение для Chrome. Поп-ап факт-чек, который проверяет утверждения из роликов на YouTube прямо во время просмотра. Программа выхватывает из субтитров потенциально проверяемые заявления, отправляет их на серверы с помощью ИИ, сопоставляет с информацией из новостных изданий, баз данных, специализированных факт-чек ресурсов. Результат появляется поверх видео в виде цветных плашек. Зеленый означает, что утверждение подтверждается, красное, что оно ложное, желтое, что зрителю какой-то важный контекст не досказали. Там пока ранняя версия, типа вот с русским видео будет работать только если у него есть английские субтитры. Но мне кажется, что это реально очень хорошее применение нейросетей. И как хорошо, что я в своих видео никогда не ошибаюсь. Им бы научиться вообще в прямом эфире, чтобы все это работало с минимальной задержкой, вот тогда политикам резко станет труднее жить. Ну а потом уже встроить эту технологию прямо в умные очки, которые все будут носить. Ты слушаешь рассказ своего друга, и у тебя автоматом гуглится, что он говорит, где он приврал, где выдумал. И все, нет у тебя больше друзей, потому что никто с таким душнилой общаться не будет, конечно. Пам-пам. В Венгрии сейчас весело достаточно. Орбан ушел с поста премьера, и вот такую картинку целые сутки крутил телеканал М1. А да, там на венгерском все перевожу. Общественные СМИ не имеют права лгать. Приносим свои извинения за то, что мы делали все эти годы. Гендиректора выгнали, сидят теперь, придумывают, как по-новому рассказывать о самых интересных новостях и событиях в Венгрии и мире. Пам-пам. Голливуд, кажется, нащупал новый родник с идеями для фильмов. YouTube-видосы. Но давайте по порядку. Вы знаете, что я люблю про кино говорить. Продюсеры всегда в поисках какого-то исходного материала, который в их голове как будто гарантирует некие сборы просто по факту того, что существует этот исходный материал, и кто-то его фанат. Они давно экранизируют книги, они делают ребуты старых фильмов, и до недавнего времени золотой жилой были комиксы, только от них почему-то люди устали. Возможно, вот поэтому. Непонятно было, куда двигаться дальше. Вроде начало получаться немного с экранизациями видеоигр. Майнкрафт, Марио, да, много денег заработали в кинотеатрах, но при этом нужно учитывать, что это, во-первых, разовый пример, а во-вторых, они основаны на тех играх, которые сами по себе на порядок больше денег приносят, чем любой фильм. Вот представьте, выпускают фильм по GTA, отчитываются о том, что он заработал миллиард в кинотеатрах. Круто, только вот сама игра GTA 6 заработала больше миллиарда в первые часы открытия предзаказов. Игра уже прибыльна за несколько месяцев до выхода. При этом мелкие игры в какие-то большие блокбастеры пока не получается превращать. С адаптациями аниме тоже тяжеловато идет, не могут нащупать подход, как это перенести на западные киноэкраны. А потом случилось оно. Фильм «Закулисье реальности», основанный в широком смысле на вселенной интернет-страшилок, но если конкретнее, то на серии короткометражек в этой вселенной, которую публиковал у себя на ютубе Кейн Парсонс. Бам! 350 миллионов долларов сборов при бюджете всего 10 миллионов. Рядом еще «Обсессия» стоит со сборами в 400 миллионов, который тоже снял парень с ютуба. Резко продюсеры поняли, что можно просто брать ютуб-видосы, переносить их на экраны, аудитория готова платить. В итоге, мы же тут все-таки как бы новости обсуждаем, я к чему это вел? В итоге, за последний месяц, если даже не меньше, во-первых, права на веб-сериал «Каталог Манделы» купили Amazon MGM. Тут опять YouTube-автор будет режиссером полного метра, а продюсером значится Стивен Спилберг. Во-вторых, нас ждет экранизация SCP Foundation. Это тоже целая вселенная, в которой есть специальная служба, которая выискивает разные паранормальные объекты и существ. В игре Control подобную историю использовали. SCP Foundation, видимо, превратят в фильм-антологию из нескольких небольших ужастиков в жанре найденной пленки. И все это впишут в уже существующую хоррор-франшизу VHS, что на русский, естественно, переводится «зло». И в-третьих, Warner Brothers купили права на пленки. И все это впишут в уже существующую хоррор-франшизу VHS, что на русский, естественно, переводится «зло». И в-третьих, Warner Brothers купили права на интернет-копипасту «Сиреноголовый». Вот про этого мужчину с сиренами вместо головы. Если что, я проверил, и «Сиреноголовый» официально не является частью вселенной Скибиди-туалета. Голливуд пока к этому не готов. Но однажды, я верю, такой вот нас ждет наплыв фильмов. Я жду, когда они уже просто мемы начнут экранизировать. Ну а в России тем временем стартовали съемки фильма «Царевна лягушка 3». Мы все еще стоим на этапе лайв-экшн сказок. Когда уже будет хоррор-экранизация про женщину, которая думала, что это сова. Мне кажется, что при правильном подходе из многих российских интернет-персонажей можно сделать крутые ужастики.
Подожди, морская пехота.
Пам-пам. 1 миллион человек потеряли деньги на криптовалюте Дональда Трампа. Догадайтесь, кто на ней заработал. Правильно, Дональд Трамп. Наверное, с одной попыткой, да, отгадались? По подсчетам аналитиков, к концу июня этого года почти 989 тысяч покупателей мемкоина Трамп оказались в минусе. Их общие потери составили почти 4 миллиона.
I can't do it again, at least this week.
Миллиарда долларов. При этом сам Трамп на этой и других связанных криптосделках получил сотни миллионов долларов. Я напомню историю Трамп-коина. Ее запустили за 3 дня до инаугурации. Трамп написал в соцсетях, что пришло время праздновать победу и призвал сторонников присоединиться к его сообществу и купить токены. Сторонники присоединились, и я думаю, что сейчас примерно 2/3 из них пожалели об этом решении. На самом пике монета стоила $75. Сейчас она стоит... Секунду, я проверю даже. Трумп коин прайс $1.60. Это падение порядка 98%. У меня просто есть они в кошельке, я их как память храню. При этом, если я не ошибаюсь, я успел что-то на них заработать. Я мог бы больше заработать, но я прогорел на уверенности, что они точно до $100 хотя бы разгонят эту монету ради хайпа. Потому что, Трамп же. Но в итоге там после 70 спад начался, и я вот не дождался, надо было раньше продавать. Короче, как всегда и бывает со всеми этими мемкоинами, большую часть прибыли забрала небольшая группа ранних покупателей, профессиональных трейдеров, которые продали лохам. При этом сам Трамп как бы их не продавал, эти монеты. У него преимущество было в том, что не обязательно даже было угадывать курс. Связанные с ним структуры получали комиссию с торговых операций. То есть монета растет, люди покупают, Трамп зарабатывает. Монета падает, люди продают, Трамп зарабатывает. Он обещал Америку сделать богатой. Он делает ее, просто не всю сразу. Пам-пам. Имя Максим вылетело из топ-5 популярных мужских имен. Пока только в Москве, но что-то мне подсказывает, что падение популярности мы увидим и в ЗАГСах других регионов. Еще несколько лет назад оно было на 3-м месте, потом опустилось на 4-е. Теперь марки вытолкнули Максимов из 5-ки. Думаю, всем понятно, что случилось. Вот не хотят люди почему-то называть своих сыновей так же, как мессенджер, который повсюду насаждается. И это абсолютно неправильное поведение людей, которые живут одним днем и не думают наперед. На самом деле, сейчас как раз и надо называть мальчиков Максимами, а девочек Алисами. Я предполагаю, что у этого имени тоже сейчас есть некая просадка популярности. Почему же? Сейчас объясню. Потому что лет через 7, 10, 15, 20 это будут единственные Максимы и Алисы в своем окружении. Это будут уникальные редкие имена. А продукты, с которыми они сейчас ассоциируются, быть брендовые имена, они со временем уйдут куда-нибудь со сцены, их места займут другие. Это вот такая вариация ошибки выжившего, где делают неправильные выводы из наблюдений. Как вот на моем жизненном пути чуть ли не половину женщин зовут Екатеринами. Очень много. И, соответственно, сейчас меньше детей называют Екатеринами. Многие стараются придумывать разные вычурные имена. В итоге у них на линейке 1 сентября будет половина Агат, половина Злат. Наоборот надо. Самое заезженное имя сейчас — это редкий бриллиант в будущем. И то, что люди не хотят называть детей Максами из-за мессенджера, это понятно. Но растет ли число детей с именем Телеграм?
А знаете, моя ТГшечка уже первое слово сказала. Дуров.
Пам-пам. В Словакии попытались лишить своего премьер-министра Роберта Фицо пожизненных выплат путем референдума. Важный вопрос. Гражданам предложили ответить на два вопроса. Первый, нужно ли отменить пожизненную ренту для бывших премьеров и председателей парламента, которые отработали минимум 2 срока. Второй вопрос, следует ли восстановить специальную прокуратуру и национальное агентство по борьбе с преступностью, которые занимались крупными коррупционными делами. Оба этих ведомства были ликвидированы правящей коалицией Фицо. Пожизненную пенсию премьерам тоже придумали и ввели недавно, это 4000 евро в месяц, и так получается, что вот только Фицо и подходит под эти условия закона. Как-то удобно так получилось. Короче, решили, что не может такое твориться в демократической стране, и надо референдум поставить политика на место. 16,1% — это явка людей на референдум, а надо было, минимум 50%. Немного не дотянули, словаки проголосовали ногами, и многие остались дома. И знаете, я чувствую их. Вопрос о 4000 евро в месяц как пенсии премьеру — это вот именно тот уровень, где хочется немного повозмущаться, но ради этого выходить из дома, нет. Пам-пам. Это все новости на сегодня. Рад, что вы остались со мной до конца. Ставлю вам лайк. Вы тоже ставьте лайк этому видео. И перед тем, как вы начнете смотреть новый выпуск «Пора валить», как понимаете, я очень хочу, чтобы вы его посмотрели. Много труда вложено. Так вот, перед этим, раз уж вы остались до конца видео, я хочу с вами поделиться комплиментом дня. Я совершенно не понимаю, как, выбирая актеров на роли греческих богов, Нолан обошел вниманием тебя. Пам.
Pretty lively. I'll deliver this one myself. Stay back. Get out! Don't get dragged in. Release. Oh, my anger!
Pretty lucky day. I should visit DSD.
It is so hot. I set up a fan in my greenhouse just so that I could survive while working in there. I set up a fan in the greenhouse, but when I stood in front of it, it made me hotter, not cooler. The whole greenhouse started to remind me of somewhere. Ah, yes, the inside of my convection oven. Literally the same phenomenon. I was getting cooked, which happens to me a lot on the internet. In a conventional oven without a fan, the hot air transfers its energy into the food, which causes the temperature of the air right on top of the food to drop. And since the air isn't moving very much, you get this bubble of relatively cool air sitting right on top of the food. But if you build a powerful fan into your oven, you pop that bubble. You blow that cooler air away, and you replace it with a constant stream of fresh, hot air that rushes over the surface of the food and cooks it faster and more evenly. The fan also blows away the layer of water vapor that is constantly forming, constantly coming up off the food as it cooks, and inhibiting further evaporation. Dry air can hold more water, for the same reason that a dry sponge can. So, the constant fresh supply of dry air provided by the fan maximizes evaporation from the surface of the food. Put it all together, and you get a browner and crispier surface. I love baking in my convection oven. I don't love standing inside one, and so this all got me thinking. What is the temperature at which the outside functions like a convection oven? How hot does it have to get before the wind starts heating you up instead of cooling you down like it normally does? There is an answer, and we're going to get there together. Finding that answer can help us learn a whole lot about basic heat transfer, physics knowledge that is useful both in the kitchen and in life, especially in life on a warming planet. But it's still going to be kind of complicated and it's going to take some time to explain. So settle in and let me cool myself down with a delicious iced coffee from Cometeer, sponsor of this video. This box has coffee from 16 different countries, different roasters, different roast levels. It's like a tasting kit. You can go one by one and learn what you like. Roasts from Onyx, Frozen Gold, Intelligentsia, all brewed to perfection and flash frozen by Cometeer. Cometeer has invented a truly novel brewing process that allows them to get a highly concentrated little shot of coffee inside a little aluminum cup. It arrives frozen on dry ice right at your house, preserving all of those like delicate aromas. Just pop it into a cup and pour on boiling water to make normal hot coffee, or you can make any coffee drink. You could make iced coffee or an iced latte, or just drink it like a shot of espresso. All you gotta do is melt it, and the little capsules are fully recyclable. I do like it hot, but man, you gotta love an iced coffee drink on a hot day. It's so much fun. In the morning now, I just wake up and I look in the freezer and decide what I wanna have from where in the world today. Grab your World Mug experience before it's gone at cometeer.com/AdamRagusia20. How hot does it have to get for the wind to stop cooling you down and to start cooking you like a convection oven? It's complicated because there are more factors involved than just temperature and wind speed. On a cold day, the matter is much, much simpler. The temperature that you feel on a cold day is mostly the product of temperature and wind speed. We call that wind chill. Here's a chart from the Canadian Environmental Authorities. They know from cold. Look at the freezing point, 32 degrees Fahrenheit, 0 degrees Celsius. With a gentle wind speed of 5 kilometers an hour, you will feel colder than 0 degrees Celsius. You will actually feel -2 degrees Celsius, which sounds glorious right about now, but what do we mean by feel? It means with that light breeze at 0 degrees Celsius, your body will lose heat as if it were -2 degrees Celsius and totally still outside, no wind at all. 0 and breezy pulls heat away from you at the same rate as -2 and still. Cold wind works just like the convection oven, except in reverse. If it's cold, as indicated by a blue light filter, let's say, if it's cold and if the air is totally still, heat from my body will naturally energize the air around me, leaving my skin a little colder than it was before. But because I've just warmed up the air that's right around me, I'm now surrounded by a bubble of relatively warm air, with no breeze to pop that bubble. This slows down my rate of heat loss. But if there's a breeze, it's gonna blow that bubble of warmer air away from my skin and replace it with fresh cold air for my body to heat up, for my body heat to transfer into. And so I'm gonna lose my body heat a little faster if there's a breeze. That is the wind chill factor, and it is very simple to calculate. Is there an equivalent wind heat factor? A mirror image of wind chill? No, not quite. Because when it's hot, you also have to consider humidity and your own sweat. Cold air cannot hold much water vapor inside it, and so when they calculate the wind chill, they don't even have to bother factoring in humidity. It just won't ever be humid enough to make a noticeable difference when it's really cold outside. But as the temperature rises, the air can hold a lot more water vapor inside it. And so humidity becomes a big factor in heat transfer for two big reasons. First, water is a much more effective conductor of heat than air is. That's why you can cook veggies so fast with steam. Wet air conducts heat way faster than dry air. The other thing humidity does is that it inhibits your body's natural cooling system, which is your sweat. If you hold physically still in still, dry air, you start sweating when it hits about 86 degrees Fahrenheit, 30 degrees Celsius. That may seem odd when you consider that your core body temperature is actually warmer than that. Like, why would you need to transfer heat out of your body when it's cooler outside of your body than it is inside your body? Well, because your body is a power plant. And even if you're holding absolutely still, your metabolism is still generating heat that would overheat you if you didn't lose at least some of that heat to the environment all the time. And so that's why you start sweating a little below your core temperature. And if you're moving around and running and jumping, your metabolism starts generating way more heat, and you need to get rid of that heat even more urgently. So you start sweating at way lower temperatures. Even winter temperatures you can sweat at if you're exercising. How does sweating cool you down? Through evaporative cooling. Your sweat glands pump water from inside your body out onto your skin's surface for the purpose of making your skin wet. Making your skin wet is what cools you down. Any other source of water, like a garden hose, would work just as well, but when your proto-human ancestors first ventured out of the shady jungles and into the parched East African grasslands, probably in search of big game to eat, they did not have garden hoses, and so they evolved a system of sweat glands to pump their own stored body water out onto their skin to make their skin wet. Other primates, the ones that stayed in the shady forests, they mostly just sweat from their hands and from their feet to get a better grip for climbing. You know, a lot of water is slippery, but a little bit of water is grippy, right? Our more closely related primate cousins, like baboons and chimpanzees, they evolved sweat glands elsewhere for various purposes, but it was the humans who took it to the extreme. As we ventured further and further out into the sunny Serengeti in search of gazelles to hunt, or more likely to scavenge, at least at first, as we ventured further out into the hot grasslands, we needed to cool ourselves down in order to not overheat and die. So we evolved sweat glands all over our body, and we got rid of most of our body hair. Because when you're covered in thick fur, your sweat collects against your body in the fur. If you evolve to be mostly hairless, that sweat spreads out into a thin layer that evaporates rapidly, and that is how you cool down. A thin layer of water evaporating off of any object will cause that object to cool down. Why? How exactly does evaporative cooling work? Despite this being one of the most important physical processes in the kitchen, both for cooking and for refrigeration, I have never before tried to figure out my own way of explaining this in plain language, and I'm kind of scared, but here goes nothing. What we call heat is basically just molecules moving around. Heat energy
Whatever. I need to wash my head. I'm gonna go do that. Mm. Это я не говорю, не хочу сейчас.
to the...
Thank you for
Welcome to the...
It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is.
Zeppel Yarny Palace again? Ugh. What's the point in all these endless meetings? It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is. I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. Called back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh. What's the point in all these endless meetings? I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is. Called back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh. What's the point in all these endless meetings? It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is. I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. Can we play Banger next time? Called back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh, seriously. What's the point in all these endless meetings? It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is. It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is free. Called back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh, seriously. What's the point in all these endless meetings? It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is. Called back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh. What's the point in all these endless meetings? I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh. What's the point in all these endless meetings? I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me?
But come on, they smell much nicer now. I already watched the video about thermoforming Mars. Yeah, okay.
So version 1.2 of NTE just dropped, and I was ultimately just planning on checking it out, giving a little overview, you know, what has happened, but I wanted to check out this event, and my god, for the next like 8 hours, I played it. That's kind of what the video is going to be today, but even so, I did want to poke around just the other stuff before diving in.
Called back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh. What's the point in all these endless meetings?
We need the Mora from this chat, so I guess we're doing IT today. What? I can enter Lunar? Oh, fuck. I'm not clearing that. Jesus. Holy. It's kind of evil to, like, put the buffed characters here, but not Sendrone, so you can't even use the buffs. I think I just have to add literally everyone, right? Yeah, I do. Okay. This isn't gonna be enough, right? It's not really like good enough of a whale character if you don't have cryo characters to use her with, right? I mean, it's the only whale in here, so I guess it's still the best choice. What if I swap Mawika and Sandrone's weapon? Saying that Mawika doesn't need the help and Sandrone does. I think I will. Like, we'll see. I don't think Lunar is doable on this account. But, like, our Arlecchino trial character is very strong. These are not C6, so they don't do anything, right? Oh, man. How much do I need to get carried by blessings? Probably, like, very much, right? I don't think I want this one, like, at all, right? I just want the Super Induct ones and the Melt ones, I think. Lunar Arcana stages are kind of cooked.
Okay, let's see. Fuck it. I have better.
Sure, we can actually do a weapon tier list. I'm down. It's been a while since I had like a thorough discussion on weapons. So, Genshin weapons tier maker. God, there's too many weapons here. Can I find a list that only has 4-star weapons? Yeah, okay. It seems like those lists are kind of just Omega outdated. Okay. So let's put all the 4-star weapons here. Am I including craftables, or do I make a separate one for craftables? Probably just make a separate one for craftables, right? Like, we do 4-star, like, standard / weapon banner gacha weapons, then battle pass weapons, then craftable weapons. I think that's fine. Are you excluding event weapons? I mean, should I include them? I guess. If I'm including them anywhere, it would be in this one. Because there's no point to... Because, like, when it comes to battle pass weapons and craftable weapons, you have to make the conscious decision to actively get it, which is why I think they warrant a specific, like an exclusive tier list by by themselves, separate from the gacha ones. But the event weapons are just like the gacha weapons in the sense that you'll either get them or you won't based on factors that aren't like a decision that you make, right? Like you either were playing during the event so you got it, or you weren't. Which isn't that different in terms of, like, whether you have to make an active decision for it to the gacha ones, I guess. Sure, we can include the event ones, so... What event weapons have I missed? Alright, that's swords. Let me add a row below here, put all the other swords here, so I don't have to keep scrolling down every time. Alright, and that's it. So, let's rank these weapons. First of all, let's just get this out of the way. Five Lance is the best 4-star weapon. I'm gonna make a tier just for it, because it deserves it. 5 Lance. Obviously, 5 Lance is good. I don't think I need to explain why, but very quick summary for if you've been living under a rock. The 5 effect is very fucking good. Characters' energy costs are often balanced around the fact that 5 weapons exist, and if you're not using 5 weapons, the energy requirements of your characters tend to shoot up to levels that are sometimes even straight up unreachable with realistic gear. A lot of teams just don't generate enough particles to be able to get their burst without using Favonius weapons. And when you look at the good characters in the meta right now, most of the characters who can afford to sacrifice personal stats for the Favonius effect are just polearm characters, which makes Fav Lance the best Fav weapon by far, right? You can use it on Itlua, you can use it on Escoffier, you can use it on Eonson, you can use it on Chavars. You can use it on some of the older characters that are a bit less meta as well, but these are like the main 4, really. On top of that, Fav Lance also has a bit of an advantage over some of the other weapons which is that it is a high base attack weapon, right? Not all Fav weapons have the same base attack. 4-star weapons can have either 454, 510, 565, or 620 base attack at level 90. 620 is only a few weapons. There was none in 1.0. We got like Ali Flash. But like most weapons are either 454, 510, or 565 base, and the amount of substat that you get depends on your base attack. A weapon that has 454 base, which is low base attack, will have double the substat of a weapon that has 565 base, which is high base attack. Basically, think of it this way. The 620 base attack weapons have 1, the 565 have 2, the 510 have 3, and the 454 have 4. 4 times the amount of the subset that you have if it was a 620, right? So, Fav Lance, high base attack, 30.6% ER substat. Fav Claymore, low base attack, is double that, right? 61 point something. 61.3, right? Because I guess this is like 30.63 or something, so it rounds to 30.6. And then when you double that, it's 61.26, which rounds to 61.3. But yeah, usually when your character has a Fav weapon, their own energy requirements are pretty trivial because they catch these Fav particles. So having lower base attack, higher ER, doesn't tend to matter. Whereas if you're a character that scales with attack, having higher base attack does. And because of that, the fact that Fav Lance is high base attack, unlike every other Fav weapon, allows you to not lose as much damage when you go Fav compared to the other weapon types. Which is why sometimes Fav is actually a decent weapon on your carries as well, right? You can use Fav on Chow, you can use Fav on Flins, and often these are like actually pretty decent options. Sometimes better than your other free-to-play alternatives, depending on the situation. But yeah, overall, it's just really fucking good. Other Fav weapons are also good, but there's just less characters of the other weapon types that really need Fav, which means that you don't need as many copies of it to make functional teams. When you look at swords, right? A lot of the characters that can use Fav often don't need to use Fav, right? Like, Durbin kind of wants to build damage most of the time. Shilonen does, but Shilonen, it's like, buddy, it's 2026. Farina, same thing. Yeah, like, we're starting to realize, like, when you look at the supports that are meta right now, there's, like, 2 of them that really want to use Fav. Bennett technically can use Fav, but he has to sacrifice a lot because Fav is a low base attack weapon. If Fav was a high base attack weapon, it would be so insanely good for Bennett. And I would use it over Aquila, probably. Low base attack loses so much more that it feels pretty bad. Sometimes you still want to do it, but it definitely feels a lot worse. But yeah, that's swords. Claymores, Aino can use Fav, and Aino's not that good. And she's kind of the only Claymore support we've had that's been even remotely close to meta lately. Beto buffs are bringing her back a little bit, so you'll be able to use that on Beto as well, and it is very good for Beto. Maybe the Beto buffs are enough to make it a little bit better, but I don't know how long Beto's going to stick around in the Stellar teams. I don't expect her to stick around that long. Bows, there are a bit more bows that can use Fav, right? Yehoda can use Fav, Oron can use Fav, Farazan can use Fav, Goro can use Fav, Venti can use Fav, but one thing you might notice across the board here is that these characters just aren't that great. Yelan can use Fav. In terms of characters that are actually meta relevant right now, I would say it's like mainly Oron, Yelan, Venti, but Oron doesn't really need Fav because Oron is mainly played in Mawika teams, and in Mawika teams, Mawika Overload teams, the only characters that need burst are Oron himself and Eon-san. Eon-san generally has enough energy already with the Cheval's Fav proc given into her. So mainly, like, it's just, you would only use Fav on Oron for his own burst. But is Fav actually a good weapon for damage? Like, with it allowing you to build less ER? No, because it's low base attack, high substat. Oron just gets more ER than he actually needs. So very often, Oron's best weapon in these teams just isn't Fav. So not even really Oron. It's pretty much just like Yelan Venti. Venti is kind of just worse than Prune, so he's getting slowly phased out. And Yelan is also kind of getting slowly phased out as well. Nowadays, she doesn't see much play. So we're a little cooked. Diona, I suppose, with the stellar buffs, is gonna make 5 bow matter a bit more. But 5 bow, unlike the other 5 weapons, is available just by doing the quest. So your first 5 bow, like, you just put on Diona, I guess, and then, yeah. It's like, meh. And then catalysts, I'd say that right now, catalysts are maybe the second most important 5 weapon. It used to be swords, but now it might be catalyst. Nicole doesn't generally really want to use 5, but like she can. Prune can use 5, it's fine. Columbina can use 5, often pretty good. Mona can use 5. Nahida can use it, sure. The reality is, if you are using a character that wants to use 5, any 5 weapon is important. But because, 1, the non-polearm characters that want 5 are just significantly worse than the polearm characters that want 5, and 2, often you will play multiple of these polearm characters that want 5 at the same time. Eonson is very often in Chevreuse teams, and if you're playing an overload team, there is no team overlap whatsoever with Escoffier, so it is very possible that one of your teams is an overload team and one of your teams is a Skirp team with Escoffier. Those teams also have no overlap whatsoever with Idlua. I actually don't think at this point any of the non-polearm 5 weapons even make S. I think they'd be A. Which is kind of crazy. Because we've gotten a lot of weapons lately that just are a lot of fucking stats. I think maybe 5 Codex makes S and the other ones are an A. I think that's probably reasonable. So 5 Sword, 5 Warbow, and 5... maybe 5 Claymore or 5 Greatsword is actually below that. I thought Sword was very good. I mean, Sword is getting worse as Farina gets slowly phased out, right? For Sword, it's like Farina Shilonen. For Codex, it's like Columbina Prune. And like, these 2 characters are honestly quite a bit better than Farina Shilonen. How did bro find a Farina slander on a weapon tier list? My bad. Okay. Alright, we've got the 5 weapons out of the way. Let's do everything else. So, Lion's Roar probably just goes in C. Lion's Roar is a weapon that's like, okay, but it's not really like ever significantly better than your alternatives, and it's more conditional. So it's like, fine, whatever. Sack Sword. I think nowadays Sack Sword is a lot worse. Because the sword users that want 5 that are meta right now don't want Sack. It's still kind of nice to have at least 1 copy of all of the Sack weapons just in case, but I think it goes in C. Like, there's usage to Sack weapons because boss mechanics often have interactions that you can cheese, but that's kind of it. Ali Flash. Ali Flash is probably also C. It's not that good. Ali Flash gives your carry like 70 more attack-ish than Sapwood, which is okay. It's fine. It's useful, but you lose ER out of it. And if you have any of the 5-star standard, or even just a stray Sig you lost a 50-50 to, or, you know, you used to play Ayaka or something, then Ali Flash is worthless. The upside of it, I think, is not really high enough to really justify caring about it. Yeah, Sapwood really made Ali Flash less appealing. The Flute. Flute is never really useful. Zyphos is Moonlight. I mean, it's technically generally the best EM weapon, like EM main stat weapon, for characters that aren't carries, but it really doesn't do much. Goes in C. It's okay. I think an account that doesn't have Zyphos is in a much better spot than an account that doesn't have 5 Greatsword. What is this called again? Dog Hand's Assistant, I think? Garbage. Dog Hand lost its only use case with the release of the Nullcry craftable. Sturdy Bone. Garbage. Cinnabar Spindle. Cinnabar gets worse just by virtue of Albedo not being that good of a unit, but it is a pretty good weapon on him. So I think it goes B. Umbrella. Umbrella is C. It's whatever. It's nice to have, I guess. But it's not really better than Iron Sting, so who cares? Pipe. How good is the Pipe? Pipe is probably like literally the only reason to use it is if you don't have a Fab. But that's the only reason to use it. But I guess you could use it. Like there are accounts where you would use it, I guess. So sure, it goes here. Narcissenker's sword. This one's kind of funny because like I think there's a very real possibility that we eventually get a Pneumuzia boss in Stygian where owning this sword is actually going to be meaningful. So I don't want to put it in D. So I think I'll put it in C just because of that. It would be so funny. It's possible we never do, but like, it's also very possible that we do. Calamity of Eshu. Probably goes A. I don't think you're in a bad spot if you don't have it, because when you look at like Skirk, which is the main user for it, right? The reason why her Seatlali teams are good is because of how good this weapon is. But that means that if you don't have this weapon, you just play someone other than Seatlali, and that's fine, right? If you use Mona instead, it's fine. Like, Mona with Finale of the Deep instead of Seatlali with this is completely fine. So it's really not that big of a problem not to have this, unless you're, like, still playing the team with Seatlali just for fun. Because you like Seatlali, or because there's a boss that wants Night Soul or whatever. That's why I don't have it in S. Because, like, for the amount that it provides... Like, if you could get the upside from Eshu on the teams that, even without Eshu, are already the best teams, it would be S, I think. But because the Seatlali teams are worse by default and only get better as a result of Eshu being good, then the gap between having it and not having it is not as high. Moonweaver's Dawn. I think this weapon is kind of just better than Lion's Roar for Durin. It gives a little bit less stat, but it's guaranteed full uptime. It works in every team. And you don't have to fucking change the weapon all the time if you just have him on this, because no one else uses this. If you have Refines on it, it gets a bit better. Not to the point where, like, it's amazing. Because the only character on which it's amazing is Berserk, and Berserk is bad. Is it good at the free R1? Yeah. Like, R1 is 20 burst damage, which is, you know, you're comparing it to Lion's Roar's 36 damage. It's 16 less, but it's a slightly better stat line because it's high base attack, low substat. Overall, it's just a little bit worse versus full uptime Lion's Roar. But sometimes Lion's Roar isn't full uptime. Even in teams that are, like, overload teams, sometimes you'll get hits on enemies that don't have an aura on them. Anyways, Festering, at this point, is not good anymore, right? The only character it's good on is Farina, but you should not be playing Farina in a team that doesn't want Fab Farina in the current meta, right? Like, the only teams where you would use Festering for Farina were, like, the Neuvillette teams, but that's just kind of phased out now. The Kazuha Quest Sword, Ishin, maybe it's a little bit better, because, like, no, it's not. I'll just put it here, whatever. Lithic Blade, funny weapon, yeah. The Lithic weapons, right? Like, if you have the full passive, right, that is 28% crit and 56% attack, which is fucking insane, right? Like, that's significantly better than Fruitful Hook's passive, but it applies to everything, not just plunges. It's just, you're never getting the full passive because it's 2026, and the last character from Leo that we got does not care about attack. The last one before that, I guess Lanyan, I mean, is not a carry. I mean, when was the last Claymore carry from Leo we got? Gaming? Can Gaming use supports from Leo? No, not really. Wait! The Chi-Chi buffs might enable her to apply cryo for Gaming teams. Pause. Pause. Pause! Chat, we might be onto something. Like, the biggest problem with Lithic Blade, and I guess with Lithic Spear as well, is that it was the most recent polearm carry from Leo. Is it Xiao? I mean, it's Xiao and Hu Tao, right? Is it actually just Xiao and Hu Tao? Oh my god. I mean, Xiao can use Shanyan, but, like, that's it? Yeah, Hu Tao is the only character that's historically had an actual team that was part of her best teams that got 4 stacks on the passive. But Hu Tao does not like weapons that give her a fuck ton of attack percent all that much, because, you know, her base attack is like 1, and her skill gives her like 3,000 attack. So these weapons just if there was a case where a meta carry had a 4 Leoet team, these weapons would actually be like competitive with Sig levels of powerful. Realistically, like no one cares. Yeah, maybe if they do a wave of buffs that is gonna affect more Leoet characters, Gaming might actually end up with teams where you get a lot of stacks of Lithic. But Gaming also has Fruitful Hook, and it's not gonna be like that much better than Fruitful Hook. So yeah, I don't know. Rain Slasher. It is 2026, and Rain Slasher is probably a B tier weapon? High C, maybe. Rain Slasher being pretty good for Hex Mawika is kind of relevant, I think. But it's not relevant enough to put it too high. The Bell, garbage. Sacrificial Greatsword. I mean, C tier because it's a sack weapon. Joel! S tier, or Fav Lance tier because that's my goat. I mean, realistically, Joel is just a bad weapon, unfortunately. Akuomaru. It doesn't even have a user. It's like Beto only, right? Like, technically, burst initial hit on Mawika, but who cares? It's pretty much just Beto, and Beto wants Fav, not this, so... D tier. Not good. Again, right? This is one of those weapons. It could be good if it had a good user, but it just doesn't. Makara Aquamarine. Okay. This one, I think, is quite a bit better than Zyphos. Probably B. It's kind of just a useful weapon to have, because very often you end up needing to play a suboptimal team in order to deal with the boss mechanic. And if the unit you have to put on your team to deal with the boss mechanic is a Claymore, you can just give them this weapon so that they actually do something productive for the team to help. It's kind of just nice to have, I guess. What does it do? It's like Zyphos, where it buffs a stat based on your EM, but instead of buffing ER, it buffs attack. And it buffs the whole team's attack. And you don't have to swap into the character to get it. So if you end up doing stuff like AFK Sandrone in your Risley team, or in your Sino team, you can actually get a buff from her, just from this existing. Mailed Flower. Mailed Flower is weird, because, like, it's not that good of a weapon, but it also is, like, kind of. The thing about Mailed Flower is, like, it's so much better for Mawika if you do the fucking cooked combos. Yeah, Mailed Flower is, like, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's just not. When it became bad, again, like, third time I say this, I gave myself infinite crit rate, and I do not have infinite crit rate. Anyways, probably goes B. I don't think it makes A, unfortunately, but it's still pretty good. Alright, Millazine Sword, probably just C. It's useful on characters that need the ER, because the passive is really good. But there's not that many characters that need the ER, so, eh. Fruitful Hook. I mean, the main issue with Fruitful Hook is just that the plunge characters just aren't as good as the current meta characters are. It probably goes in A anyways, though, because it is actually pretty noticeably better than your other options, generally. Anyways, Portable Power Saw, garbage. Flame Forged Insight. Garbage? Dragon's Bane. Are you a dragon? Are you scared? Of Dragon's Bane. It is the Dragon's Bane of evil. Dragon's Bane is probably just C. Like, it's fine. It just doesn't tend to do that much. Now, Claymore is good for Rhino's ER requirements. Yeah, but if you don't have it, you can just get the craftable and you're fine. And either way, you'd rather have Fav. So it's like, meh. Lithic Spear, I've talked about earlier, has the same problems as Lithic Blade. D tier. Catch is not what it used to be. Nowadays, does Catch even make B? I don't think so. I think Catch is in C now. The biggest problem is that the teams where Xiangling has stood the test of time and is still actually used almost always want her on 5. Or Crescent Pike because you're fighting the Hera. Wavebreaker's Fin. I mean, similar issue. Kinda just not great. Missive Windspear. Is this, like, useful at all? In any way whatsoever? Kinda. Free-to-play polearms, just as like general statistics, are kind of missing a few gaps. Like, attack scalers that are not lunar don't actually have any options they can use other than, like, the gacha ones and the event ones. Right? There's no good craftable alternative. So, by virtue of that, I think it's not going in D, I think it's going in C. But it's not, like, amazing. Prospector's Drill probably just goes in C as well. It's fine, I guess. Dialogue of whatever it's called is garbage. Goes in D. Mountain Bracing Bolt kinda just doesn't do much. The fact that it's ER substat is a pretty big problem. Because usually, you either want fab or you want damage. And having, like, a mix of the two that isn't giving energy to the rest of the team is just kind of bad. I think it just goes D. Torch? Torch is, like, probably C. It's a fine weapon for carries that want a little bit of ER. It's a fine weapon for, like, if you don't have Fav. But it's not a good weapon, ever. Sacrificer's Staff probably goes in A. Maybe an S. There's a lot of fucking stats on this shit. There's just a very large amount of stats on this shit. Alright, bows. Stringless? Stringless is B. It's like, it's gotten a lot worse with the release of Rainbow's Rainbow. Because it's now not your only option if you don't pull on weapon banners. It's like, okay, it's fine, whatever. Alley Hunter, kind of also just B, it's fine. Windbloom Ode, kind of just garbage, you don't really want this on anyone. Rust. Rust. Rust is probably C now. It's a lot better than it used to be, right? Back in the day, it was only used for, like, Child, and it's just not a good weapon for Child because about half of his damage is not normal attack damage, and some of his damage is charge attack damage too. So it was just kind of bad. But nowadays, this weapon is used on Yoimiya for the 3 people that still play her, and it's used on Venti, and it's fine on Venti carry. Bit better than it was on Child. I think it makes it here. Sackbow. I mean, again, by virtue of it being a sack weapon, there's always going to be some niche use case for it. End of the line is complete garbage. Myrtlenaut's Waltz is complete garbage. Moon's Moon. Moon's Moon. Moon's Moon. Who up Moon in their moon? I don't know. Is this, like, this is fine. But it's not good. Is it fine? It's not, right? It's bad. Who even uses it? I know back in the day people use it on Sarah. Yeah, I guess it's kind of bad. Is it even making it here? I don't think so. I think it's just here. Kind of just useless. Fading Twilight. It's also kind of useless. Like characters that care about energy recharge and damage percent. When's the last one? A long, long time ago. Yeah, alright. Goes in D. Ibis Piercer. The only characters it's good on have better options. Cloud Forged. Same thing. Range Gauge. Kind of just an okay stat stick. That makes it in B. Flower Wreathed Feathers, I think is what it's called, but I'm not sure, but I think so. I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's here. Probably is, sure. Sequence of Solitude, kind of just garbage. Rainbow's Rainbow. Definitely at least here. I think it stops there. You know, I am thinking about it, and I think Sackbow is probably here, actually. Sackbow allowing you to do full uptime Oz on 18-second rotations is kind of goated, actually. And it is Fischl's best 4-star weapon option in a lot of teams, actually. Catalysts! Sackfrag. You know, I think at this point, Sackfrag is probably S. They keep making Sucrose better, and they keep making teams that can't take full advantage of TTDS with Sucrose. And having experienced the R1 Sackfrag on the J account when I needed the Sack proc, yeah, I think, yeah. Witzith! Witzith is probably here. It's weird. Because, like, it depends on how much you hate yourself. But, like, Witzith can actually be, like, a lot better than Calcs show for a lot of reasons, right? Enemies often have down phases where they have lower resistances. And if you line up your Witzith proc with those down phases, then a larger portion of your damage is happening with these increased stats from Witsith. If you reset for Witsith RNG, it gets better. If you... Like, there's a lot of gameplay optimization that comes from using Witsith that'll cost real-life time to manifest damage that's higher than the Sheet DPS. But, yeah. Wine and Song. Wine and Song is bad. There's, like, one character that cares about the stats that Wine and Song gives, and it's Mona. And that character does not want to use her dash ever because it's, like, the worst dash in the game. Yeah, we're cooked. This is complete garbage. Dodoko Tales, kind of just bad. Old Sworn Eye, because of Nicole, is quite a bit better. But it's not like a particularly important weapon to have. If you don't have it, you're fine. Wandering Evenstar. Probably goes here as well. Can be pretty nice to have. Anyway, Live Perception, garbage. Ballad of whatever, garbage. Ash Raven, Drinking Horn, kinda just garbage. Wave Riding Whirl is the most stupid weapon ever. Like, the total amount of stats it can give is a lot, right? It's 88% HP. But why does it only last 10 seconds? Who decided that was a smart idea? Why not make this like 12? And the cooldown 12? Like, what's going on? Are they stupid? Whatever, man. I mean, it's better than the weapons here, but it's not like good. Spin the loot. Yeah, realizing that Llama can't really proc the Fruit of Fulfillment passive in a lot of the teams has made me value Spin the Loot a little bit more. I think it's here. And then Dawning Frost is probably here. So I think this is what my updated, like, gacha and event weapon tier list for 2026 looks like. Obviously, Fab weapons are high. No surprise there. There's also, like, a bit of, like, opportunity cost associated here. Like, for example, if I were to assume that every weapon is R5, then it wouldn't really make much sense to have Dawning Frost in the same tier as Witsith. But they are in the same tier because Witsith R5 is a much more reasonable assumption to make than Dawning Frost R5, right? Because you can get Witsith from every banner, and Dawning Frost, no, you can't. But, like, unless you separate weapons and, like, all weapons that are obtained the exact same way together and make a separate tier list for all of those, you kind of have to do a little bit of this, right? Because, like, even on a weapon banner, right? If you see Dawning Frost on a weapon banner, it's not even necessarily better than Witsith. Because, like, maybe you go on that weapon banner, you get 2 copies of Dawning Frost, and it's like a whatever weapon. You get 2 copies of Witsith, that takes your Witsith from R2 to R4, and you'll get another Witsith eventually from somewhere else, and then it'll be R5, and it'll be useful, right? Like, well, it's still useful for R5, but you get the point, right? It's a little weird. I thought we'd do the 5-star weapons, too. I mean, at this point, I think that you should never pull for a 5-star weapon as a stat stick. You should only pull for 5-star weapons if they're the sig for a character you want. You want the sig for. And what makes the weapons good or bad is not how good or bad the weapons are. It's how they compare to the character's early constellations. Who is Sacrificer's Staff good for? Kind of like everyone. Because it's just like 48% attack on a passive on a high base attack crit weapon. So even if you don't need the ER, it's good. And if you do need the ER, it's very good. And a lot of polearm characters need the ER. There is a trigger condition, but honestly, the characters that want to use it pretty much all have full uptime on it. Why is Festering Desire in D? It's just like Pipe. If you don't like, the only reason you would use either of those weapons is if you don't have Fav. Otherwise, you're using Fav. At this point, there's pretty much never a smart reason to use Festering Desire over Serenity's Call, because Serenity's Call is just more ER, and it's like maybe some HP as well. But yeah, the fact that there aren't really teams where you care about Farina's damage that are meta anymore has made Festering Desire kind of just meaningless. Oh my god, I'm blooming! I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Watch out! Controlled breathing. Be gone. Charge! Watch out! Decay! On my mark!
Such defiance. Heaven's will.
Height! Headbutt! Height! Heads up! It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
Yeah. Hmm.
I need to rage bait a little bit. Like, actually, I kind of need to rage bait a little bit. I need to share the pain. I can't be the only one who's feeling this way right now. Because I know a lot of you guys aren't actually upset about all of this. Like, you need to. Let's do the thing I was talking about earlier. Making the strongest orthogonal teams. The top 5 teams using no character overlap. And this is not going to be KQM standard top 1% build. Our goal is to... Okay, the combination of 5 teams where the worst of the 5 teams has the highest DPS. So, like, you've got a DPS check. You need all 5 teams to be able to get there. Varka being up there but not Kanich is something. It's because of Nicole plus Prune helps Varka quite a bit. Yeah, Prune C6. But yeah, so... and probably Aino, although the Hydro slot here is very replaceable. It's actually probably not Aino. It's probably just Yelan, right? Because none of these other characters care about Yelan, and Yelan should be the best here. The other obvious one is Kirk, because Kirk has no unit overlap with anyone else. All the other characters that are here aren't using freeze teams, aren't using Farina. And then for the last slot, I don't think it matters that much. I guess we'll just put Shenhe in there for now, because Mona might be used somewhere else, and Sitlali might be used somewhere else. And then we're definitely putting Malika, but which Malika team isn't going to be decided by which one is best. It's going to be decided by which other characters we're using. The upside to Overload is that you get to keep Bennett, but I don't think you care that much. Because the only character here that we care about Bennett is Varka, but if you're doing Varka, we're doing Varka Nicole. And then whether we use Eonson or Shilonen depends on whether we use Varessa or not. Because Eonson is better, Shilonen is more than good enough. And if we use Varessa, then we would want to keep the Eonson for her. For now, we'll do this, and then we think. We still have Columbina available, so it's a pretty obvious premium Nefer here. Last slot could be Sucrose, but it might not be, because we have this here. It depends on who our last team is. Because our last team could be either Varessa, Varka, or Molani. Upside to Varka is that it doesn't have any unit overlap with any of the potential options here. So you get to put Yansan to this, and you get to put Sucrose. Molani is like the one character here. The way she compares to other characters at top 1% builds versus at KQM standard is actually different. Because the top 1% Molani build is more DPS compared to other top 1% builds when you compare that to the gap at KQM standard between Molani and other characters. Counter argument, you would have to play Molani. That is a good counter argument. I don't think non-Columbine and Nefer is actually higher than these. Neither is Flynn's, yeah. So we could only use one of them. I think Zabai is the only lunar carry that can make it in these 5 teams without Columbina, which means we can only have another lunar team, and Nefer is just better than Flynn's, and they don't have unit overlap with the other teams anyway, so it doesn't really matter which one we use. Like, unironically, I think all 3 of these characters could be included as your last slot. Knowing how excited people are for Nicole, she's gonna get nerfed somehow. I'm gonna say Molani. And if Molani's here, then Eonson goes here. And I guess for this one, we use Nahida? Question mark. Put the Inefa in the bag because it's more comfortable. Thoughts? Can you do Malika Overload now? What's the upside? We free up these units for these other teams. Why would you want to do that? And then this Sucrose, Mona, PMC. Should we try to see what happens if we make it more than 5 teams? So who are you adding? Kanish kind of has too much unit overlap, I think. So it's definitely Flynn's now. I'm already gonna do this because that's always happening. Like, we're definitely doing a Varessa team, and that's probably our overload. We're definitely doing a Flynn's team. I guess it's this, right? Is Aino a fucking liability here again? Oh, man. Oh, we could use Prune, but Prune is better for Varka. Wait, actually, I'm pretty sure at this point we should do this. We're gonna have a Varka team, and we're gonna need 2 more teams, right? So who are the contenders? Arlecchino? Kanich? Oh, I don't think so. Unironically, Shao? Yeah, no, that's fucking delusional. There might be a world where you just yoink Linnea so you can get a Geo carry, but I don't know. Like, you get a lot worse. Only one of these. Yeah, like at that point, we're gonna struggle to break 100k, yeah. I don't think that's worth it. And we're not even getting Columbina for the Linnea wheelchair stuff. Who else would be a consideration here? I guess we can think about Neuvillette. So Varka's always getting Nicole and Prune. Arlecchino might be cooked. Kanich might be cooked. How cooked are we trying to make Kanich work without Eonson or Bennett? Who's the last slot in Varka? Can't use Durin because we definitely are going to need Durin somewhere else. We probably do use Bennett. Or maybe we keep Bennett for someone else. Who's the last slot in Malika then? And that frees up Bennett because I'm pretty sure this team is still pretty solid. 150 career rate Malika, yay. I mean, if you're not on Serpent Spine, Rosaria plus Cryo Resonance is basically just as much crit rate as you would get from Serpent Spine. Dude, it is actually kind of crazy though. There's like no downside to using Shilonen for this because like no one else wants her. What is y'all doing that? This is not a tier list. This is just, I'm using a tier maker to organize characters. It's kind of funny that the best team here is the Flynn's team, but I mean, fuck, Flynn needs full premium to be here. Is that even better than this? It's probably not, right? I think we are gonna use Neuvillette, but we don't have Columbina or Farina, so maybe not. Ooh, Skirk is too cooked if you lose Farina, I think. Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think we keep Nicole and we use Bennett here so that we can use Nicole for Kanich. I just realized now we need Durin on both of these teams. Are we doing this? I think we're doing this. Is that even 100k? Oh, Prune is really good. But I guess now we don't have a Pyro character to use the set. Ooh, wait, you're right. Because I was like, you still get a lot of the effects of the patch even if you are using Nicole or Durin. But I guess without Nicole or Durin, you don't get to use the Hexarai support set. Ooh, it might be cooked then. Albedo Geo Obligation is really slow, so you should be able to keep burning on the enemy for all of Kanich's uptime just from Nicole's Pyro App. Fischl over Albedo, well, what I just mentioned won't be the case with Fischl.
Nicole
has
does,
Pyro App, she hits with
doesn't apply
pyro
pyro.
when you swap to her. Without external interference, burning stays on enemy, like Pyro stays on enemy when burning is over. You don't need to reapply Pyro. Albedo will trigger Crystallize, but you need to trigger Crystallize 4 times to remove burning. That takes a fucking long-ass time in these teams. Kanich, literally any Pyro that hits with Pyro once. Should've brought a way to get through the fucking shield fast, man. Because if I use Kanich's skill, the Kanich's skill will be on cooldown. What's the... I did not know it did that attack in Stygian. Okay. So, we do this.
Now just...
Okay. We can see how long the burning lasts. So almost the full skill. So you might get 4E instead of 5E. I guess that is a lot worse, huh? I mean, what's the alternative if we're not doing this? Maybe use Klee? No Durin, though. No Chaleurs. Unironically, probably this. Or maybe we bring out Venti for Varka and we use Prune here. Getting the Pyro Swirl won't be that... Like, you won't have good uptime on your Pyro Swirl if you do this. Go with Klee and Versa with Xianyun. I don't think Versa with Xianyun makes it here. Buzza, you're actually kind of cooking right now. I actually kind of agree with that. I think Arlecchino is the best last slot for this Versa team. Right, no access to Bennett, Durin, or Mawika. I think Arlecchino is the next best one. I think it's better than PMC. I mean, fuck, we don't have access to PMC anyways, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's true. That's Rage Bait. It's not. Is there a better alternative for Yehuda there? Sukos is kind of just so much better than everyone else. If you're not... Like, you could use Prune, but Prune is kind of in demand elsewhere. Other than that, you kind of only have Yehuda. Yeah. Honestly, 9 teams is completely fine. It's the 10th team that really cooks us here. Why not Neviledi Nefa Kazuha? I mean, the problem if you do that is what's your last slot? Auron? I think that gets to 100k. No hope of a Chaska sneak. I mean, again, right? No attack buffers. No Durin, no Mawika, no Farina. What the fuck are you doing with Chaska here? I guess you can probably just tank losing Farina here. Bring Yalon here. Aino here. And maybe Nilu. Flynn's can probably tank losing Inefa since he's given Columbina. Is Sarah actually good enough here? 1 skill attack buff. You can get 2 on the burst. You can buff too many bursts on the rotation where you have Sarah burst. And without Inefa damage, you're buffing a larger portion of your damage. So I could see it being better than Auron. But then you have the fucking age-old good luck swirling Electro with Sarah and no off-field Electro. And that's probably too much of a hurdle, and we just go Auron. And then, is the best last slot here Kazuha? Xianyun? I don't think that's true. Xianyun animations are even longer than Kazuha. Nivedek kind of generates enough by himself. No, this is not a team, by the way. This is the 11th one. This is where I was just putting the placeholders. Are all these 100k? I'm not sure which is the worst team here. It's probably one of these two. I'm really not sure what to expect out of the swirl setups for this one. If the swirl setups are doable, it's actually probably a pretty solid team. What's the best team here? It's Dubai. It's not even close. Maybe we could do Inefa here, Columbina out, and then use Columbina Linnea for like Navia or something. Could do Inefa here, Columbina. The best team here. It's Dubai. It's not even close. Maybe we could do Inefa here, Columbina out, and then use Columbina Linnea for like Navia or something. Albedo can't benefit from the Nicole attack buff, but I guess unlike in a lot of the other teams where you could use Albedo, you are actually benefiting from the full damage buff from Albedo because your carry is Hexarai. You know, I think you've talked me into doing Albedo here. That makes sense. I like that. I like that a lot. That's really smart. Maybe we don't need Nicole here, because Albedo can use the Hexarai support set, which would mean we can do a Kanich team here for the last one. Won't Klee deal 0 damage? I mean, you have TTDS Prune that buffs attack and damage percent. You have damage percent buff from Albedo. You have the Hexarai support set, and you also have another slot that you can use for either like an extra source of damage like Shangling or more buffing. I think Channeling is actually pretty good here, though. You get the 15 power damage from C6 and the Shred from C1. And she also has pretty good personal damage. And you get power resonance. That seems pretty good. Like, it's not going to be better than Nicole, but I think the Klee team is good enough to tank a hit here to free up Nicole. That allows us to put this back here, put this back here, put this back here, get rid of this. Where's Lohan? Klugi. What's the Hexarai last slot for this team? One that doesn't really work. Is it just Razor? Oh, God. Yeah, I guess with Shangling, you can get your Pyro Swirls now. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Yeah, and then we can give Inefa back here. I guess You don't mind doing 20-second rotations with Nicole because her buff lasts longer, and it's not like Varka runs out of abilities he can use during his field time. You really don't mind it that much, do you? So you can actually burst every rotation on Xiangling. That allows us to use Bennett somewhere. Use Bennett here, Fischl can't really be used anymore because we need to get the Pyro Swirl somehow. This Cage team also doesn't have any real sustain, huh? Whereas I can use Xianyun and give Shouers to a weaker team. And like, who's your last slot? We kind of want to use Xilonen here. We kind of want to use Farina here. We do this. We do this.
Hey everyone, welcome back to their hardware news recap of the week. In this one, OpenAI reportedly offering the Trump administration a 5% stake in OpenAI. Lenovo saying that RAM prices won't ever go back to normal, and joking about it, kind of. Just like, ha ha ha. Memory makers facing price-fixing antitrust litigation. Those two aren't related. GTA 6, a game about stealing cars, wants to sell you digital special cars for $80 to $100, and you don't get a disc for any of it. And related to that, the PlayStation dropping disc support. Let's get into it. Before that, this video is brought to you by Thermal Grizzly and their new Duronaut Thermal Paste. Thermal Grizzly claims its Duronaut paste is intended for long-term stability and endurance, focusing on paste longevity in addition to the usual performance focus. Thermal Grizzly's Duronaut paste comes with applicators and spreaders, and ships in numerous tube sizes, aiming to provide a high-end paste for PC builds and daily driven overclocks by enthusiasts. Learn more at the link in the description below. Alright, it's been a couple weeks for hardware news, so quick GN update first. For the Steam Machine, we have some additional data. It doesn't warrant a whole extra video, but we wanted to put it somewhere just in case it's useful to some people. So we ran some testing on single versus dual stick configurations, single and multi-channel, dual channel configurations. That video is up. We went back through and did additional testing on that with two 8GB sticks, in addition to the two 16GB sticks that we tested previously. And for those of you who saw that video, you already know this, but basically we planned for our test suite to fit within the 16GB capacity, so that even with 32, it shouldn't have any extra benefit in the testing. Now, the reason we did this is because we couldn't get the Steam Machine to post with the first 2x8GB kit that we bought for the Steam Machine. It wouldn't turn on. But it did when we bought a second 16GB stick and matched it, and that seemed to work out fine. So anyway, the 2x8 performs identically to the 2x16 configuration that we tested. That's what we expected because we tried to fit the test suite within the 16GB capacity. Wasn't a problem. 7-zip compression, decompression, Baldur's Gate 3, anything where we saw like an actually meaningful difference that still appears in the exact same amount as it did with 216s on 2.8s. So we got the same results for single versus dual channel. The capacity didn't matter in our testing. Obviously that would change if you exceeded the capacity, but that's a different problem. That's not what we were evaluating. So anyway, that's the data for you. I don't have any charts for it because it's like literally the same numbers on the charts as the 216s, but we wanted to put it somewhere because I did spend money on the memory kits, and it'd be nice if someone benefited from the information. Finally, on our side, we have a bunch of stuff on sale on the GN store right now, so we can make some space in the warehouse and also some money to fund the new endeavors and projects that we have coming up. We have some pretty big ones we're planning for the end of the year. We also launched our brand new stackable ESD-safe AMD CPU holders. These are trays that fit 6 AMD CPUs each. We sell them in groups. 2 or more. They fit FM2, FM2 Plus, AM3, AM3 Plus, AM4, and AM5, and I might be missing some. AMD's had a lot of 40x40 package CPUs, but if it's in that form factor, it'll fit. We just made these for us to use because we have a bunch of old and new CPUs from our benchmarking to store, and AMD conveniently has them all in about the same package, so we just decided to make them ourselves this time. And we're selling them in packs of 2 to 20 if you want one. Heads up on those, they will have some slight glue residue on the bottom. I would be like, full transparency, it's there. I didn't clean it off. Like, I personally cleared the trays, I personally queued the prints, and I left the glue residue there. So sorry, you know, but it's mostly dry at this point. It's just the way that it's PETG, ESD, and the printer we were using at the time we're not using anymore. But that one was having issues with stuff moving on the tray when we were printing it. And otherwise, I personally tested the ESD material we're using. So it's a PETG ESD, and basically I did a surface resistance test on it to make sure it's anti-static dissipative. as opposed to an insulative plastic, which is what basically all the CPU trays that we've ever bought are made out of. So a little bit of extra there, and since we're making it ourselves, it's easier to control for that. I could not personally find anything that used that material that just existed from injection molding, so we made it. So anyway, that's up if you want it on the store. We've also dropped our GN15 all-over component mouse mat price to $20 now, or $40 with the autograph. It has a custom yellow rubber underside and stitched blue border. Our Retro IO, we're also moving into our next big travel adventure to close out the AI Dystopia campaign. But there's one problem. The AI Dystopia is here to stay, whether or not we are specifically targeting it down for coverage. It appears that this is just the future now. We have, in the coming months, we'll be closing out one big story where the scope blew up because the news didn't stop, which is the data center story. So we're finally working on it, finalizing that, putting that together. That'll close out that campaign. We had a ton of videos in that series, like more than double of what I was expecting to put out. So thank you all for the interest and the support on that one. All of it's already on the channel, with the exception of the data center one, which we're closing on. And then I'm also going to finalize a couple behind the scenes videos. We'll get that out to all of you who supported, and that should wrap it for that. And then at that point, I mean, within a couple months or so,
I did everything here that I wanted. Probably haven't launched that yet today.
we finish that content and get it all out the door, I'm going to be shifting my focus over to 3D printers for a bit, which is because in California this past week, there was some major news, which is Louis Rossmann was there streaming it. There was a hearing where, and we'll talk about this in a separate video, but where the politicians on site voted to basically move things towards sending 3D print files through a privately controlled server by the companies that sell the 3D printers to make sure that the things you're printing aren't bad shapes. That's kind of the short version of the multi-hour long hearing. So we'll be talking about that in a separate thing, but that's where I'm going to be focusing that topic down next, because that one's pretty interesting to me. Not just specifically the laws around it, but also Bamboo Lab and all that other stuff. We'll kind of blend it all into one, I think. So that'll be our next big deep dive. But in the meantime, let's get over to the first story. Up first, according to the Financial Times, OpenAI has reportedly asked the U.S. government to take a 5% stake in the company, which is private right now, but has been reportedly eyeing an IPO. And the Financial Times report is paywalled. So we turned to Reuters, who re-reported the Financial Times report, and Reuters is also paywalled. So we went back 20 years and went to yahoo.com, which one is still in business, and as we understand it too, largely thanks to Japan. Apparently the Japanese market is really reliant on Yahoo still. But two, republishes all of the paywalled stuff. I don't know how that works. Apparently it's okay if Yahoo does it, so we'll go there. OpenAI has apparently, quote, proposed that other US AI firms also give Washington similar stakes, unquote, which matches what we saw when the Trump administration bought almost 10% of Intel, followed by NVIDIA buying about 4 to 5% of what should be its competitor, and boosting the value of what the US government bought substantially immediately after. And it sure seems like there wouldn't be much of a reason for the US government to investigate antitrust violations if companies own a stake in what the U.S. government also owns a stake in, because then number go down, and that's bad. In the latest, Yahoo reports that Reuters reports that Financial Times reports that OpenAI has reportedly responded positively to Trump's statements last month that he wanted to take a stake in AI companies. Re-reporting Reuters, re-reporting the Financial Times, reported by Yahoo, re-reported by Gamers Nexus, quote, a Forrester analyst said a pre-IPO government stake could ease investor risk concerns about regulation in the U.S., end quote. And that right there might be why we're seeing this interest right now, because no administration of any party wants the economy to collapse on their watch. And as non-economists, it sure seems like with an AI bubble pop, that would be the greatest threat to the economy. So continuing to pump money into it would help keep it inflated a little bit longer. Right? Such a move would theoretically soften investor fears, especially if there is an IPO for OpenAI at some point, and it would keep the bubble going a bit longer. And even better if you can push the pop into the next set of administration and politicians. So it's a pre-bailout plan, I guess, is what we're getting at here. Up next, on June 25th, 17 plaintiffs sued the memory companies, Micron, Samsung, and SK Hynix, the big three. And this is over allegations that they conspired to inflate prices and perform illegal price fixing. Again, a couple agains now. But meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Specifically, the lawsuit alleges that the memory manufacturers coordinated a pivot toward HBM while simultaneously restricting commodity DRAM production to inflate prices. The legal complaint reads, quote, the DRAM oligopolists, that's a fun word to say, you should try it, oligopolists, have simultaneously cut production, coordinated a pivot to HBM, and exit from DDR3 and DDR4, and otherwise decreased and locked up conventional DRAM supply while prices charged up with mind-blowing scale and rapidity, end quote. The complaint also states, quote, since 2022, these firms have fixed supply and prices for DRAM, engaging in conduct that makes no economic sense, absent collusion, and that has driven up the price of conventional DRAM, approximately 700% in a 4-year period, end quote. So in other words, to summarize what they're saying in the over 100-page complaint, the three largest memory manufacturers looked at it and went, if it ain't broke, don't price fix it. Don't fix it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The plaintiffs are accusing the memory makers of doing the only thing more cringeworthy than DLSS5 looks maxing. Profit maxing. The plaintiffs elaborate, quote, when one firm in an oligopoly restricts output, the profit maximizing response for rivals is to expand and capture the demand being surrendered. Here, the opposite happened at every turn. When Micron cut wafer starts 20% in October 2022, Samsung and SK Hynix contemporaneously made cuts of their own, end quote. This is something that you might recall we pointed out in some of our Micron coverage last year, I think it was, when we were talking about what certainly appeared to be corruption, where, as we said in the DRAM cartel documentary, the biggest change they've made is now you just collude openly. You just do it through the financial reports and the public statements and the earnings reports and the investor calls and kind of, hey, we're thinking about cutting the wafer production. It'd be a shame if any of our competitors were listening to this and also did that. But anyway, check out the DRAM cartel documentary. We talk about it there. The complaint, though, argues that rather than competing for market share, each competitor instead mirrored its rivals' production cuts. The 17 plaintiffs include a number of individuals and small businesses. The lawsuit takes place within the Northern District of California, where the plaintiffs are seeking treble damages. This is a legal course of action that allows a court to triple the damages awarded to the plaintiffs. The case has been assigned to Judge Noel Wise. As we previously talked about in the DRAM cartel documentary, the Department of Justice fined members of the DRAM cartel more than $731 million in 2006 for participating in a, quote, global conspiracy to fix DRAM prices, end quote, and the DOJ actually branded it as a cartel. That wasn't our word, that was the DOJ's word back in the early to mid-2000s. And what was interesting about that case was Micron was granted some level of effectively forgiveness or clemency for being a snitch, where Samsung and SK Hynix, the two Korean companies, were charged more strictly or forcefully than Micron, the only American company in the memory space, was charged. But we'll leave that discussion to that previous video. The full legal document for this is over 100 pages long. We are currently working on deep diving it for a full in-depth discussion. It's going to take us quite a while to read through it all and check all their sources and everything, but we're putting something together on that if you're curious about it. The DRAM makers have not only been convicted of cartel collusion in the past, but have also been challenged for it multiple times since, such as in 2018, when actually one of our own research pieces was cited in a legal complaint filed against the memory makers for the same antitrust type of violations. Suffice to say, we'll definitely be keeping tabs on the stories that develops. We'll have more for you soon. Up next, speaking of Samsung and SK Hynix, the two...
Alright. I'm not gonna do Enfield right now. I'm gonna do it in the morning, I guess. So that's going to be it for the stream. Good luck.